It was early October of 2018 when I decided to take a break from everything. My name is Ryan, and I was 34 at the time. I had just gone through a pretty rough breakup, left my job as a contractor after nearly 10 years, and needed some time to clear my head. My cousin had a small off-grid cabin in northern Idaho, near a place called Priest Lake. He told me I could use it for as long as I wanted, so I packed my truck with gear, some basic tools, food, and extra supplies, then made the 9-hour drive from Eugene, Oregon. The cabin was about 1.5 miles from the nearest paved road. The last stretch was just a narrow dirt trail through thick pine woods. The place was old but solid, built by my cousin's grandfather back in the 60s. It didn't have electricity or plumbing, but it had a wood stove, a hand pump for water outside, and a decent outhouse. It was exactly what I needed. Quiet, remote, simple. I settled in fast. The first few days were uneventful. I chopped firewood, cleaned up the inside of the cabin, and took long walks in the woods. I didn't see another person the entire time, not even on the trail leading in. The only signs of life were deer, birds, and the occasional squirrel. About a week in, I noticed something strange. It started with small things. A pile of wood I had stacked near the back wall was knocked over one morning. I assumed an animal had messed with it during the night. Then I found muddy footprints near the front steps one afternoon. They looked human, maybe a man's size, but they were too wide, and the stride was short and uneven. The prints led from the tree line to the front porch, then back the same way. I felt a bit unsettled, but convinced myself it was probably a hunter or someone passing through. The area wasn't super popular, but it wasn't completely off limits either. I figured maybe someone thought the place was abandoned. I started keeping my axe inside at night and locking the door even though it felt silly. The next night, I heard something moving outside around 2 a.m. The cabin was dead quiet except for the wind and the occasional creak of old wood. Then I heard what sounded like slow footsteps circling the cabin, crunching leaves, snapping twigs. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. I grabbed the axe and waited. The footsteps stopped. A few minutes later, I heard a single knock on the wall, then nothing. In the morning, I went outside. Nothing seemed disturbed. No footprints, no marks, no damage. Just the cold and the trees. I couldn't stop thinking about that sound, though. It was deliberate. Not a branch falling or an animal bumping into the wall. It was a single knock, like someone announcing they were there. I decided to set up a few small traps around the clearing. Not anything serious. Just tin cans on string tied between trees, little noisemakers to alert me if someone or something came close. That night, nothing happened. But 2 nights later, I woke up to the sound of cans clattering loudly on the south side of the cabin. I jumped up, threw on my boots, and grabbed the axe. I rushed outside with my flashlight, sweeping the beam across the trees. I didn't see anything. The trap line had been broken clean in one spot. No animal signs, just the wire cut and the cans on the ground. That's when I started to really feel the fear settle in. Someone was out there. Someone who knew what they were doing. Cutting the wire instead of tripping it. Moving only at night. Never leaving clear tracks. I started thinking back to the prints I saw and wondered if they'd even been real or just something I wanted to believe were animal-like. I started sleeping during the day and staying awake at night, sitting by the window with the axe in my lap. I kept the lights off and tried to stay silent. For a few nights, nothing happened. Then one night I saw it, or them. It was just past 3 a.m. I was dozing off when I saw movement between the trees. I ducked low and peeked through a crack in the boards. There was a person standing just at the edge of the clearing. They were facing the cabin. Not moving, just standing there. Too far for me to see clearly. Maybe 6 feet tall, bundled in dark clothing. No light, no sound, just watching. They stood there for maybe 10 minutes, then turned and walked slowly back into the trees. I didn't sleep after that. I kept the axe close and started planning to leave. I had enough supplies for another week or two, but I wasn't going to risk it. I decided to hike out to my truck first thing in the morning and go home. But when I reached the truck, I found 2 of the tires had been slashed. There were knife marks in the rubber. Clean slices, deliberate, Whoever was out there had followed me at some point and done this. I hiked the mile and a half back to the cabin, constantly looking over my shoulder. I felt exposed in the open, like I was being watched from every tree. Back at the cabin, I took inventory. I had enough food for a few days, enough water and firewood. I boarded up the windows and reinforced the door using boards and nails I found in the shed. I made a plan to hike out to the main road in 2 days. It was about a 10-mile hike through the woods, but I had maps and a compass. I figured I'd rest, pack light, and make the trek in the morning. I'd make sure to stick to the tree line and avoid the trail in case someone was watching. That night, the cabin was hit hard. It started with pounding on the walls. First one side, then the other, then the front door. Hard, heavy blows. I sat in the corner with the axe and didn't move. I didn't make a sound. Then I heard the sound of something being dragged across the roof. Metal on wood, like someone scraping a crowbar or a hook. The sounds lasted for nearly an hour. Then silence, just the wind and my own breathing. When daylight came, I stepped outside. There were deep gouges in the roof. Someone had climbed up there and dragged something heavy. The traps were gone. Cut wires. Everything cleared away. The area felt different. Not just quiet, but empty, like something had been wiped clean. I didn't wait another night. I packed a small bag, grabbed my compass and the map, and left immediately. I didn't use the trail. I cut straight through the woods, moving fast, staying low. I didn't stop to rest. I made it to the main road just before sunset. My legs were burning, and I had a nasty scratch on my arm from a branch, but I didn't care. I flagged down a pickup truck and told the driver my story, minus some of the details. He gave me a ride to the nearest sheriff station. The deputies went out with me the next morning. We found the cabin in the same condition I left it. But what got me was the message carved into the tree out front. It wasn't there before. Just one word, deep in the bark, stay. They found no footprints, no tire tracks, nothing. The cabin was cleaned out. Even my axe was missing. They said maybe it was squatters, maybe someone messing with me. But I knew better. It wasn't just someone messing around. Whoever it was had been watching me since I arrived. I never went back. I sold my truck, moved to Colorado, and started fresh. I don't talk about it much. People think I imagined it. Maybe they're right. But when you're alone in the woods, with no lights and no sounds except your own heartbeat, you start to understand how quickly the world can change, and how close danger can really be. All I know is this: it wasn't a ghost or a demon. It was a person, a real person, and that makes it a whole lot worse. I was 28 when I decided to take a break from my hectic city life in Lahore. The constant noise, the endless meetings, and the never-ending traffic had taken a toll on me. I needed solitude, a place where I could disconnect and find some peace. A friend mentioned a secluded cabin near the Kagan Valley, nestled deep within the woods, far from the nearest village. It sounded perfect. Ink it, 1. I packed my essentials: clothes, some canned food, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a journal. I also took my old DSLR, hoping to capture some of the natural beauty. The drive took about 8 hours, the last 2 on a narrow, winding dirt road that seemed to go on forever. By the time I reached the cabin, it was late afternoon. The cabin was modest, a single-story wooden structure with a small porch. It had 1 bedroom, a kitchen, and a living area with a fireplace. There was no electricity, but the owner had provided a gas lamp and a small generator for emergencies. The silence was profound, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. Ink it, 1. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, took a short hike around the area, and prepared a simple meal. As night fell, the woods became eerily quiet. I sat on the porch, sipping tea, and gazing at the stars. It was the kind of tranquility I had been craving. Medium, 2. The next morning, I decided to explore deeper into the woods. I followed a narrow trail that led to a small stream. The water was crystal clear, and I spent some time taking photographs. On my way back, I noticed footprints on the trail, fresh ones, not mine. They were boot prints larger than my own, heading in the same direction I had come from. I found it odd but assumed it was a local or another traveler. That evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a faint rustling outside. I stepped onto the porch but saw nothing. The woods were dense and visibility was limited. I shrugged it off, attributing it to wildlife. Still, I couldn't shake off a growing sense of unease. On the third day, I ventured further, reaching a clearing with an abandoned campsite. There was a dilapidated tent, a rusted cooking pot, and remnants of a campfire. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. I took some photos and returned to the cabin. That night, the unease intensified. I felt as if I was being watched. Every creak of the wooden floor, every gust of wind against the windows, set my nerves on edge. GQ3. On the fourth day, I decided to cut my trip short. As I packed, I realized my DSLR was missing. I searched the cabin thoroughly but couldn't find it. I was certain I had left it on the table. Frustrated, I decided to leave without it. I loaded my belongings into the car and started the engine. Nothing. The car wouldn't start. I checked the battery connections, they seemed fine. I tried again, but the engine remained silent. Panic set in. I was miles from the nearest village with no cell reception. I decided to wait until morning and then hike back to the village for help. That night was the longest of my life. I barricaded the door and windows, sat in the corner with a kitchen knife, and waited. Every sound was amplified, every shadow a potential threat. At dawn, I set out, leaving a note in case someone came by. The hike was grueling, but by late afternoon, I reached the village. I explained my situation to the locals, and one of them offered to drive me back. When we reached the cabin, my car was gone. The cabin door was ajar, and inside, everything was in disarray. My belongings were scattered, and the gas lamp was shattered. There was no sign of my DSLR. We reported the incident to the local authorities. They conducted a search but found no leads. My car was never recovered. To this day, I don't know who was out there with me or what their intentions were. I often think about that trip, the serenity of the woods, the beauty of the stream, and the terror of those final days. It was a stark reminder that even in the most peaceful places, danger can lurk. I still remember the day I decided to take a break from the city and spend some time alone in the woods. It was the summer of 2012, and I was 29 years old. Work had been exhausting for months, and the noise of the city felt like a constant weight pressing on my chest. I needed to get away, no distractions, no people, no emails or phone calls. Just me and nature. That was the plan. I chose a remote area in northern Vermont, not too far from the Canadian border. The place was known for its thick forests, steep hills, and quiet lakes. I found a small cabin for rent near a state park. Nothing fancy, just a simple wooden cabin built in the 1970s, with a wood stove, a small kitchen, and one bedroom. No electricity, no internet, and barely any cell phone reception. Exactly what I wanted. The drive there was long, about 5 hours from my apartment in Boston. I left early in the morning, carrying a big backpack filled with essentials. Enough food for a week, a first aid kit, my camera, a flashlight, and a pile of books. I also brought a heavy hunting knife my grandfather had given me, just in case. I told myself it was for cutting wood or opening cans, but deep down, I knew it was a precaution against something more serious. When I arrived, the sun was starting to dip behind the thick canopy of pine trees. The dirt road ended in a small clearing where the cabin sat, looking older than I expected. The wood was weathered gray and worn, with moss growing on the roof and vines creeping up the sides. The front porch sagged slightly, but the door was solid, with a rusty old lock. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and damp earth. The floor creaked under my boots. Dust covered most surfaces, and cobwebs hung in the corners of the ceiling. I opened the windows to let fresh air in and started unpacking my things. The kitchen had a small sink, a tiny stove fueled by propane, and a wooden table with 2 chairs. The bedroom had a narrow bed with a thin mattress and a quilt that looked like it hadn't been washed in years. I was alone, surrounded by the forest. No cars passed by, no voices carried on the wind, just the occasional bird call and the rustling of leaves. At first, the silence was peaceful, but as the daylight faded, it became heavier, almost like a presence pressing in from the shadows. The first night was quiet but strange. The sounds of the forest at night are different. An owl hooting far away, the crunching of twigs under the feet of unseen animals, the whisper of wind through the pines. I fell asleep listening to these sounds, feeling safe in my little cabin. The next day, I decided to explore the area. I packed a small bag with water, snacks, and my camera and started down a narrow trail I found behind the cabin. The path was barely visible in some places, covered by fallen leaves and branches. It wound deeper into the woods, past tall trees and thick bushes. The air was cool and damp, and the smell of pine and earth filled my lungs. After about an hour, I came to a small clearing with a shallow pond. The water was still and dark, reflecting the overcast sky above. I took some pictures and rested on a fallen log. As I sat there, I noticed something odd. Tracks leading away from the pond into the woods. They were big, maybe the size of a large dog's paw, but with long, sharp claws. I took a few pictures and followed them cautiously for a short distance before deciding not to go any further. Back at the cabin, I cooked a simple dinner on the propane stove. The wind had picked up outside, causing the trees to creak and the cabin to groan. I double-checked the windows and door, making sure everything was locked tight. I sat by the wood stove, the small fire crackling, trying to read a book. But my eyes kept drifting to the dark windows, and I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. That night, sleep was hard to come by. The wind turned into a steady howl, shaking the cabin and rattling the window panes. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, crunching on the dry leaves. I sat up, flashlight in hand, shining the beam out the window, but all I could see were the swaying branches and the thick darkness beyond. Over the next few days, the isolation started to wear on me. The quiet became too quiet. The feeling of being watched crept in. I tried to keep busy, taking pictures, writing notes, chopping some wood for the stove, but every shadow seemed alive. Every crack or pop of the cabin sounded like someone moving just outside. One afternoon, I found something else that unsettled me. I was walking a little farther down the dirt road that led away from the cabin, trying to find the ranger station marked on my map. The forest was dense, and the path was rough. Suddenly, I saw a fresh pile of broken branches and crushed leaves, like someone or something had made a sudden stop. Near it were deep, heavy footprints pressed into the soft earth. These prints were huge, much bigger than any animal I knew in the area. The toes were spread wide, and the nails were long and sharp. My heart pounded as I took pictures and hurried back to the cabin. I locked the door behind me and sat on the bed, staring at the images on my camera screen. I told myself it was probably a large bear or some unknown animal. Bears were common in those woods, and they could be dangerous, but this felt different. The prints were almost human-shaped, but too big and distorted. I tried to shake the thought, but it stuck with me. That night was the worst. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by a loud banging on the cabin door. My heart stopped. The banging was slow but forceful, like someone trying to break in. I grabbed my knife and flashlight, my hands trembling. I shone the light toward the door, but the darkness outside swallowed the beam. The banging stopped suddenly. For what felt like minutes, there was silence except for the pounding of my own heart. Then, from somewhere outside, I heard a low growl, deep and guttural. It wasn't an animal I recognized. It was something else, something big and close. I stayed frozen, listening as the growling moved around the cabin. Branches snapped under heavy footsteps. The wind outside seemed to die down, leaving only the sounds of movement in the dark. I wanted to scream for help, but my voice was stuck in my throat. I crouched behind the bed, holding the knife tight, waiting for dawn. Time stretched unbearably long. Eventually, the growling faded, the footsteps receded, and the forest became silent again. The next morning, I found deep scratches on the outside walls of the cabin, claw marks gouged into the wood near the door. The lock was scratched and dented but still holding. I packed my things immediately. The plan to stay for a week was over. I felt something in those woods that night, something dangerous and close. The walk back to my car was tense. Every shadow seemed to move. Every noise startled me. When I finally reached the main road and the parking lot where I left my car, relief washed over me like a wave. Driving away, I didn't look back. Weeks later, I read reports from that area about a large, unknown predator seen near the Canadian border. People described a giant, bear-like creature with huge claws and deep growls. No official wildlife experts could identify it. Some said it was a bear suffering from a disease. Others thought it was a rare subspecies. No one really knew. I never went back to that cabin or those woods. The experience stayed with me, a reminder that nature isn't always peaceful or kind. Sometimes, when you're alone in the wilderness, you're not the top predator. I never imagined a simple weekend getaway could turn into one of the most unsettling experiences of my life. I'm still trying to make sense of everything that happened during those 4 days in the northern woods of Vermont in the summer of 2012. I was 29 years old then, working in a dull office job in Boston, craving a break from the noise of the city and the endless deadlines. The cabin I found seemed perfect on paper. A small, rustic place off a dirt road, deep in the forest, with a small creek nearby. The photos online showed a charming little building surrounded by towering pines and dense greenery. It was isolated, which is exactly what I wanted. I packed up my car on a Friday morning, filled with excitement and anticipation. The drive took about 4 hours north. The closer I got to the cabin's location, the more the road turned from paved asphalt to gravel and then to dirt. I rolled down my windows to let the forest air in, feeling a relief from the city's exhaust and crowds. Birds chirped from the thick canopy above. The sun was bright, but through the leaves, it cast long shadows on the ground. It was the kind of peacefulness that felt rare, even sacred. When I arrived, the cabin was exactly as pictured. Small and unassuming, made of weathered wood that had grayed with time. The porch sagged slightly but still held a rustic charm, with a simple wooden bench and a few pots of wildflowers. The smell of pine and earth was strong and comforting. I grabbed my bags and unlocked the door. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A small kitchen with a propane stove, a wood-burning fireplace in the corner, a dining table with a few chairs, and a single bedroom with a narrow bed. There was no phone reception and no internet, which I thought would be a blessing. The first day I spent setting up, exploring the nearby creek, and sitting on the porch watching the sun dip behind the trees. At night, the forest came alive with sounds I had never paid attention to before. The hoot of owls, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush, the crack of twigs snapping somewhere in the distance. I felt completely alone but safe. That was until the second night. The darkness seemed to press in harder than before. The moon was barely a sliver in the sky, and the only light came from the fire I built outside on a small pit near the creek. I lay in bed, listening to the noises, feeling the quiet swell around me. Then I started to hear something else. At first, faint, like a whisper of movement, then more distinct. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching over dry leaves. I froze, heart pounding. The cabin's door was locked, windows shut tight, but the noise kept coming closer, circling the cabin in a pattern. It wasn't an animal. It was too heavy and too steady. For hours, I lay there, trying not to breathe too loud, waiting for something to happen or for the sounds to fade. They never did. Just as I thought I might have fallen asleep, a loud banging hit the cabin's side. Not a gentle tap, but hard enough to make the whole cabin shudder. I bolted upright, adrenaline surging. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen table and crept toward the door, trying to peer outside without being seen. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but I saw nothing except trees and shadows. No sign of whoever or whatever had made that noise. That night, sleep was impossible. I stayed up until dawn, watching the woods with a baseball bat in my hands, waiting for the sun to break through the horizon. The next day, I told myself it was probably some local kids messing around or a wild animal. Still, I felt on edge. I checked the door and windows thoroughly, making sure everything was locked tight. I found some small dents on the cabin's siding, exactly where the banging had been. Someone had been there, no doubt. I debated leaving right then, but something kept me rooted. Maybe stubbornness or a need to prove I wasn't going to be scared off by some noise. So I stayed. That afternoon, while gathering firewood near the creek, I found fresh footprints in the soft mud. They were large, human, and led directly toward the cabin. I stared at them, feeling the chill creep up my spine despite the heat. The prints stopped right at the cabin's porch, as if whoever made them had just vanished. That night, the noises came back, louder and more persistent. The footsteps circled the cabin again, sometimes stopping just outside the windows. I could hear breathing, slow and steady, almost like someone was watching me. My heart hammered in my chest as I stared into the blackness beyond the glass. The third night was worse. I had barricaded the door with a heavy chair and stacked firewood against the windows. Every noise was amplified in the stillness. The crunch of leaves, the snap of twigs, the soft scrape against the cabin's walls. Then suddenly I heard voices, muffled and low, impossible to understand but clearly human. They were outside just beyond the tree line. I stayed as still as possible, holding my breath. The voices faded after a while, replaced by silence. I didn't dare move until dawn. The next morning, I found something unsettling. On the porch, scraped into the wood with a sharp object, were the letters "Go." It wasn't a threat written out loud, but it was clear someone had been there watching me, warning me off. I packed my things that day, deciding to leave before nightfall. As I loaded my car, I kept looking back at the cabin, feeling the weight of eyes on me. When I finally started the engine and pulled away, I didn't look back until I was on the paved road again. Weeks later, I found out from a local store clerk that the area had been the site of several break-ins and robberies targeting cabins like mine. Some had reported strange sounds and footsteps at night, but nothing had ever been solved. The locals believed the forest attracted people looking for easy targets because the cabins were isolated, and the owners were often alone. Looking back, I realized that the fear I felt was not because of ghosts or monsters, but because real people with real intentions had been lurking in those woods. The silence and isolation were not just peaceful, they were dangerous. I learned to trust my instincts after that trip, and I never stayed alone in a remote cabin again without letting someone know exactly where I was. Sometimes, real fear comes not from the unknown but from the very real threats hidden behind the quiet. It was the fall of 2018 when I decided to take a break from the noise of my life. I was living in Columbus, Ohio, working as a freelance web designer, and even though I worked from home, I was worn down by the constant city sounds, traffic, neighbors, and just the digital clutter of being online too much. I wanted to unplug and be alone, truly alone. So I started looking for places to rent deep in the woods, away from towns, away from cell towers. I came across a cabin listed on a back-end rental site. It was in the upper part of Michigan, near the edge of the Huron National Forest. The pictures showed a modest wooden structure with a rusting green metal roof, surrounded by pine trees and a small clearing. No neighbors in sight. It looked isolated, rustic, and perfect. It had no Wi-Fi, no TV, and spotty cell service. I booked it for a full month. I drove up in late October. The trees were already bare and the roads were covered in dead leaves. The further north I drove, the less traffic there was. Eventually, I was on a dirt road that didn't even show up on GPS. I followed the emailed instructions from the owner, which included strange landmarks like turn left at the mossy boulder and veer right after the bent pine. After nearly 5 hours of driving, I finally saw the cabin. It looked just like the pictures. One room, a small porch, a woodpile, and a fire pit out front. There was a small outhouse off to the side and a hand pump for water. The first couple days were quiet. I chopped some wood, took walks, read paperbacks I brought with me, and went to bed early. I cooked simple meals over a small propane stove and used a solar-powered lantern at night. The cold was already biting, especially after the sun went down, but the cabin had a wood-burning stove that did a decent job of keeping the place warm. The quiet started to settle in after a few days. No cars, no voices, no distant planes. Just wind, creaking trees, and the occasional sound of something scurrying in the underbrush. I had trouble sleeping at first. The silence was so deep, it became its own kind of noise. Every tiny sound felt amplified. A branch snapping outside would jolt me awake. The shifting wood of the cabin settling would make my pulse jump. It was around the 5th or 6th night that I started noticing small things out of place. At first, I thought it was just me being forgetful. I left my boots inside by the stove, and in the morning, they were on the porch. I figured maybe I brought in wood late and set them out without thinking. Another time, I found my lantern hanging outside on a nail by the door, even though I swore I left it on the table. Then I noticed the scratches. On the door frame, about shoulder height, there were long vertical scrapes. They weren't there when I arrived, and they weren't from any animal I could think of. They looked almost like they were made with a knife or some kind of sharp tool. I tried brushing it off as maybe something the wind pushed into the cabin, but they were too deliberate, deep and clean. That night, I pushed the dresser in front of the door. There were no locks, just a basic wooden latch, and I didn't feel secure anymore. I stayed up most of the night reading, ears tuned to every sound. Around 3 a.m., I heard what sounded like footsteps in the clearing. They weren't animal sounds. They were heavy and deliberate. Step, pause, step, pause. They came up to the cabin and stopped. I didn't move. I just sat there with the lantern turned off, holding my breath. The footsteps stayed for what felt like hours. Then eventually they faded away. In the morning, I found boot prints in the dirt and leaves. Not mine, bigger than mine, deep impressions. Someone had stood outside for a long time. I wanted to leave, but I had no cell service and the drive back was long. I told myself it could have been a hunter or someone lost. Maybe someone just checking the place out. I convinced myself of that even though it didn't feel right. I stayed another night. The next evening, just after dusk, I walked down the small path behind the cabin that led to a shallow stream. I hadn't gone that way before. The woods were dense, but the path was mostly clear. About 10 minutes in, I found a small pile of bones. They were cleaned, picked dry, and stacked neatly. Not in a natural way. It looked like someone had arranged them. I didn't stick around. I turned back immediately and walked fast without running. When I got back, I found the door to the cabin slightly open. The latch was still set, but the dresser had been shoved inward, away from the frame. Someone had pushed it from outside with enough force to make it slide. I checked inside. Nothing was missing, but all my food was taken out of the cooler and placed on the floor. The books I had stacked were all flipped open and left lying like someone had skimmed through them. My bag had been unzipped. Even my clothes were pulled out. That was enough. I packed a few essentials into my backpack, grabbed my keys, and left before it got dark. I didn't care if I had to sleep in the car on the side of the road. I just wanted out. The drive back down the dirt road was slow. It was getting dark, and the road twisted in weird ways that were easy to forget. After about 30 minutes of driving, I realized I hadn't passed any of the landmarks I remembered. The mossy boulder, the bent pine, nothing. I should have seen at least one of them. I turned around. I drove slower. Still nothing. I tried using my phone. No service. Not even one bar. I kept driving, thinking eventually I'd hit a main road. But I didn't. The woods just got thicker. The road narrowed until it barely looked like a road at all. Just tire ruts in the leaves. I started to panic. I was lost. I had been so confident I could follow my own path out, but I was in over my head. I drove for what felt like hours before I came upon something strange. Another cabin. This one looked much older, more like a shack. The roof had collapsed on one side and the windows were missing glass. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. But the weird thing was the door was open, and there was smoke coming from what looked like a fire pit in front of it. Fresh smoke, curling white against the darkening trees. I didn't stop. I drove past it as fast as I could. I didn't want to know who was out there or why they were watching a rotted shack burn smoke at night. Eventually, After more turning around and backtracking, I found a fork in the road I didn't remember seeing before. I took the left path and finally saw the mossy boulder. Relief flooded me. I made it back to the cabin. I didn't go in. I just drove past it, heading back the way I originally came. I didn't stop until I saw power lines again. I made it into a small town around 2 a.m. and slept in the car in a gas station parking lot. The next morning, I drove straight home to Ohio. I never told the rental owner anything. I never left a review. I didn't even grab the rest of my stuff. I just wanted to forget it happened. Weeks later, I did try to find the cabin listing again. It was gone. The site said the page no longer existed. I tried reverse image searching the photos I had saved from the listing, but nothing came up. Sometimes I still wonder what was really going on out there. Maybe it was just someone messing with me, a squatter, a local who didn't want outsiders around. But there was something about how deliberate it all felt. The scratches, the boots moved, the food laid out, the books opened, the bones stacked. It didn't feel random. It felt like someone was watching and waiting. I haven't been camping since. I still live in the city, still hear traffic outside every day. But it doesn't bother me anymore. Noise means people. People mean safety. Out there, in the quiet, I was alone. And I think someone else knew that too. It was the summer of 2017, and I was 27 years old. I had spent the last few years living in Seattle, working a steady but boring office job. I'd always loved the outdoors, hiking and camping when I could, but with work and city life, I barely had time. That year, I decided I needed a break, something different. I wanted to get away from everything, to spend a week in the woods alone. No phone signal, no internet, no people. Just me and nature. I found a small cabin to rent deep in the Cascade Mountains of Washington, about 2 hours east of the city. The cabin wasn't fancy. A simple one-room wooden shack with a small porch, a wood stove, a bed, a table, and a tiny kitchen. It had electricity but no running water. The nearest store was about 20 miles away, perfect for what I wanted. I arrived late in the afternoon, carrying my bags and a cooler. The road to the cabin was rough and winding, but I made it without trouble. The air was cool and smelled like pine and earth. The cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall trees. I could hear birds and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Felt peaceful. After unpacking, I started a fire in the stove, heated some canned soup, and settled in. The sun was setting, and the shadows between the trees grew long and dark. I felt calm, happy even. This was exactly the kind of break I needed. That first night, I slept well. The cabin was quiet except for the sounds of the forest. I woke early the next morning, made coffee on the small propane stove, and decided to explore the nearby trails. There was a small lake about a mile away that looked inviting, so I packed a light backpack with water, snacks, and a map. The trail was narrow and uneven, but well-marked. The forest was dense, with tall pines and firs, ferns covering the ground. I saw a few squirrels and birds, but no people. The air was fresh and cool, and the sun filtered through the canopy in golden beams. At the lake, I sat on a large rock by the shore and dipped my hands in the cold water. It was peaceful and beautiful. I stayed there for an hour, just watching the water and listening to the forest. Then I headed back. Over the next few days, I fell into a routine. I hiked during the day, cooked simple meals on the stove, read books, and wrote in a journal. The isolation was refreshing. I didn't hear any other voices, just the sounds of the forest and the occasional far-off bird call. I even started to feel a little stronger, more alive. But as the days went on, I began to notice little things that felt off. On the third night, around midnight, I woke up suddenly. The cabin was cold, and the wind was howling outside. I felt like someone was watching me. I shook it off and went back to sleep. The next day, I found that the lock on the cabin door was scratched. Not deeply, but enough to make me pause. I was sure I had locked it the night before. Maybe it was a branch scraping against it, I told myself. On the fourth day, while hiking a new trail, I found footprints near the cabin when I returned. They were fresh, maybe from earlier that day. They were big boots, not mine. I didn't see anyone around, but I felt uneasy. I told myself people lived or camped nearby, so it wasn't strange. Still, I was alone, and this was supposed to be a private rental. That night, I kept the cabin door locked and the curtains drawn. I sat by the stove, a baseball bat resting nearby just in case. The wind was strong, rattling the windows and shaking the porch. I tried to read but kept glancing toward the door, expecting something or someone. The next morning, I found more signs someone had been there. The small woodpile near the cabin had been disturbed. Some logs were moved, and there were fresh cigarette butts on the ground. I was sure I hadn't seen them the day before. My heart pounded. I thought about leaving, but then remembered I had paid for the week, and I didn't want to let fear ruin this trip. I decided to be more careful. Keep the door locked, keep my phone charged, and always carry the bat when I was outside. That afternoon, while chopping wood for the stove, I heard a noise behind the cabin. A rustling, a snapping of twigs. I froze. I called out, but no answer. I grabbed the bat and cautiously walked around the cabin, checking behind trees and bushes. Nothing, just the wind. Still, I felt eyes on me. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound made me jump. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate steps. I didn't move. I gripped the bat tightly. The steps stopped. Then silence. I waited a long time, then finally called the local sheriff's office. The phone had a weak signal, but enough for calls. I told them about the strange signs, scratches, footprints, cigarette butts, and now someone trying to get into the cabin. They said they would send a deputy in the morning. I stayed awake until dawn, listening to every noise. When the sun finally came up, I packed a small bag with essentials, ready to leave if needed. The deputy arrived mid-morning, a middle-aged man with a calm voice. He checked the cabin and the surrounding area but found no one. He said the forest was popular with hunters and hikers, so it was possible someone had passed through or tried to hide near the cabin. He advised me to stay alert and offered to check in each day. I felt a little safer but still nervous. For the next 2 days, I kept the cabin locked at all times and stayed mostly inside. The sounds of footsteps, distant voices, and even a flashlight beam flickering through the window at night kept me on edge. On the 6th day, something changed. I was out hiking near a creek when I found a small, crudely made camp not far from the trail. It looked recent. There was a fire pit with cold ashes, some empty cans, and a torn backpack. I didn't stay long. Something about it made my skin crawl. I hurried back to the cabin. That evening, I set up a makeshift alarm system around the cabin. I strung fishing line around the perimeter, attaching empty cans to it. If someone tried to sneak up, it would make noise. I also put all my food and supplies in the locked cabin, so nothing would attract wildlife or unwanted visitors. That night, the cans clanged loudly multiple times. I grabbed the bat again and shined my flashlight around outside, but saw no one. The deputy arrived again just after midnight. He checked the area and stayed with me until the early hours. The next morning, I decided I had enough. I packed up my gear and called for a ride back to town. As I drove away, I looked back at the cabin, standing quiet among the trees. The isolation I had craved had turned into fear. The forest, once beautiful and peaceful, had become a place of uncertainty and danger. When I got home, I changed the locks on my apartment and installed security cameras. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even days later. That trip taught me something important. Nature is beautiful, but it can also be unpredictable. And sometimes, the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts, but real people and the unknown. I never returned to that cabin. The experience stayed with me. A sharp reminder that being alone in the wilderness can feel freeing but also vulnerable. I learned to respect that fear and to always be prepared, because sometimes what's real is far scarier than anything imagined. It was the fall of 1996 when I decided to spend a week alone at a small cabin in the mountains of northern Idaho. I was 27 years old then, working a boring desk job in Spokane, Washington. I'd been feeling restless and exhausted by city life, and the idea of being alone in the woods for a while felt like the perfect way to reset. The cabin was nothing fancy, just an old, weathered wooden structure on the edge of Dry Creek, a narrow stream that wound through the forest like a silver ribbon. I found the cabin through a small rental ad in a local paper. The owner, a man named Harold, lived in a nearby town called Coeur d'Alene. He said the cabin was simple, off the grid, with no electricity or running water, but had a wood stove and a hand pump well outside. Perfect for a quiet week, he said. I didn't mind. The idea of no phone, no TV, no distractions sounded like heaven. I packed my gear carefully. A tent in case the cabin was worse than I hoped, a big bag of canned food and dry goods, a couple of water jugs, a thick sleeping bag, a good flashlight, a pocket knife, some books, and a first aid kit. I had a small gas stove, but planned to mostly cook over the wood fire inside. I made sure to bring enough layers. October nights in those parts could get cold. The drive from Spokane to the cabin was about 4 hours, winding through highways and then down a long gravel forest road that twisted and climbed through the trees. The last mile or so, the road narrowed until it was barely more than a path, flanked by dense pine trees. I remember feeling a mix of excitement and unease as the road got rougher. The kind of feeling that tells you something is out of the ordinary, but you can't quite put your finger on it. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, the sun was just starting to dip behind the tall trees. The cabin sat close to the creek, with moss-covered rocks and a small wooden footbridge crossing the water to the main trail. The whole place smelled like damp wood and pine needles. The cabin itself looked old, the paint chipped, windows dirty but intact. A small metal sign hung crookedly by the door that said simply Dry Creek Cabin. The door creaked loudly when I pushed it open. Inside, it was dark and smelled like dust and wood smoke from long ago. The floorboards were uneven and the walls were lined with faded wallpaper that was peeling in places. There was a small kitchen corner with a rusty sink basin, a wood stove with a pipe running up through the ceiling, and a narrow table with 2 wooden chairs. The sleeping loft was a ladder climb away, a small room with a thin mattress and some blankets. I set down my bags and immediately began unpacking. The first thing I did was light a fire in the stove. The wood was dry, stacked in a small pile by the door. It took a few tries, but soon a steady flame warmed the cabin, casting flickering shadows on the walls. The warmth spread quickly and made the whole place feel more alive. After a simple dinner of canned beans and some stale bread, I settled in with a book. Outside, the creek gurgled softly, and the wind rustled through the trees. The silence was thick but not unpleasant. I felt a strange peace I hadn't had in months. That first night, I slept deeply. The cold air sneaked in around the window frames, but the fire kept me warm. I remember waking once to the sound of branches tapping against the cabin, like something brushing past. But I told myself it was just the wind. The next few days were mostly uneventful. I explored the area around the cabin, walked along the creek, watched the changing colors of the leaves. I kept a small journal, writing about the quiet and the solitude. I'd bring water from the well, pump it up into a bucket, and boil it on the stove. The water was clear but tasted faintly of iron. There was no phone signal, no radio, no other signs of people nearby. Sometimes, I'd hear distant bird calls or the rustle of deer moving through the underbrush. I saw tracks once, large, deep hoof prints that I figured belonged to elk or maybe deer. On the 3rd day, things started to feel a little different. It began with small noises that didn't seem natural. At first, I thought it was animals, maybe a bear or a bobcat, but the sounds were odd. A scraping, low and deliberate, like something dragging a heavy branch along the forest floor. It happened in the late afternoon, just as the sun was going down. I stayed near the cabin, poking the fire and watching the shadows grow longer. The sound came again, closer this time, around the back of the cabin where the trees were thick. My heart beat faster, but I told myself it was probably a large animal moving through the undergrowth. Bears were common in those woods. Later that night, after I went to bed in the loft, the noises became louder. There was a scraping against the cabin walls, a slow, steady sound that sent chills down my spine. I lay awake, gripping my flashlight, listening to the rhythm, drag, drag, drag. moving slowly around the cabin's perimeter. I didn't dare look out the window. I knew that whatever it was big, and it was close. I spent a restless night, my mind spinning. In the morning, I found scratches on the wooden siding, long, deep gouges. Not like the claw marks of a small animal, but something strong and heavy. I wasn't sure if it was a bear, or maybe a large mountain lion or something else. I decided to stay inside the cabin for the rest of the day. On the fourth day, I woke early, the sky still gray and cloudy. The fire had burned down overnight, leaving the cabin cold. I got up, dressed quickly, and went outside to check the area. The first thing I noticed was that some of my firewood was gone. About half of the pile had been dragged away into the woods. There were broken branches and disturbed leaves leading away from the cabin, but I couldn't tell what had taken it. The ground was soft and damp from rain the night before, and the tracks around the cabin were clearer. I followed the tracks for a little while. They looked huge, wider than any bear's paw I'd ever seen. They moved toward the creek, then stopped at the water's edge. The marks suggested whatever it was had come to drink. I felt a knot of fear tighten in my stomach. Back at the cabin, I found more scratches on the doorframe, deeper this time. The cabin no longer felt safe. I spent the rest of the day inside, cooking and reading by the fire. I checked my supplies. I had enough food and water for several more days if I needed. That night, I barely slept. I kept the fire burning and sat in the darkest corner of the room, flashlight ready, listening for any sound. At around 2 a.m., I heard heavy breathing outside the cabin. It was low and ragged, close to the door. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. The breathing stopped, then the dragging sound began again. Slow, methodical, scraping against the wood. I grabbed my pocket knife, sitting rigid in the firelight. The sounds circled the cabin several times, sometimes pausing. I didn't dare move or make a sound. Eventually, the noises faded, and I waited until dawn before I allowed myself to relax. When morning came, I packed my things quickly. I called Harold on the phone in Coeur d'Alene to explain that I wanted to leave early. He asked why, and I just said I wasn't comfortable being alone there. He said he understood, but that he had never heard of any trouble at the cabin before. I thanked him and promised to return the key. I drove back down the gravel road as fast as I could. The forest seemed darker and more oppressive than when I arrived. I didn't look back. Back in Spokane, I tried to convince myself it was just a bear or maybe some other animal. But the scratches and tracks didn't match anything I knew. I did some research later and found that mountain lions and black bears were common in that area. But what I experienced didn't feel like just an animal encounter. It felt like something more intense, something watching, testing, or maybe protecting its territory in a way that went beyond natural behavior. I never went back to that cabin or even close to Dry Creek. I told a few friends, but most thought I was exaggerating or imagining things. The fear I felt there was very real, though. Not because of ghosts or monsters, but because of the raw, primal presence of a wild animal or something else that existed beyond the safe world I was used to. The lesson I learned is that some places, no matter how beautiful, are wild in ways we aren't prepared for. That quiet, that darkness, hides things that don't want to be disturbed. I'm thankful I got out when I did. It was the summer of 2019, and I was 33 at the time. I had been working in construction management for almost a decade, and between long workdays, traffic, and responsibilities, I started to feel like I needed to get away. Not a vacation in a hotel or some resort. I wanted to be away from people, phones, and concrete. Something quiet. Something that would let me breathe again. I'd always liked the outdoors, so I figured a few days alone in a cabin would help clear my head. I started looking online and found a small, private cabin near a remote part of the Uinta Mountains in Utah. It was owned by an older guy who used it for hunting trips, but he wasn't using it that season and was willing to rent it out for a week. There wasn't any running water, but there was a pump nearby and a small solar battery set up for basic electricity. He said there was a stove and a wood-burning fireplace, and the whole area was surrounded by dense forest with no other cabins for miles. It sounded perfect. The drive from Salt Lake City took about 5 hours, and the last hour of it was on a narrow dirt road that wound through thick woods. I lost cell service before I even hit the gravel. I had printed out directions just in case. By the time I got there, it was late afternoon, and the sun was dipping behind the trees. The cabin looked older than I expected. 2 small windows in the front, a deck that creaked under my boots, and a door that stuck a little when I opened it. Inside, it was simple. A single bed, a table with 2 chairs, a small wood stove, and a shelf with some canned food, candles, and old books. There was also an axe leaning in the corner and a stack of chopped wood outside. That first night was peaceful. I made a fire in the stove, heated up some canned chili, and sat out on the deck with a blanket and a bottle of whiskey, watching the stars appear through the tree branches. It was so quiet I could hear every creak of the wood, every insect buzzing in the distance. I felt like I could finally exhale. The next couple of days were calm. I hiked the area around the cabin, took photos, and wrote in a small journal I had brought. I read some of the old paperbacks on the shelf, cooked simple meals, and spent a lot of time just sitting and listening. I didn't see a single person the whole time. Felt like the world had disappeared. On the 4th day, I woke up around 6 a.m. to the sound of something outside. At first, I thought it was a branch falling, but then I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate ones, on the dry leaves outside the cabin. I sat up in bed and stayed still, listening. I figured it might be a deer or elk, maybe even a bear. I reached over and grabbed the axe, just in case. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly and then stopped. I waited. Nothing. I got up and peeked through the small window. I couldn't see anyone or anything. The forest looked the same as always, quiet and green. I opened the door and stepped onto the porch. There were no prints on the dirt path, no signs of an animal passing through. But I was sure I had heard something. The rest of the day, I felt uneasy. I kept checking over my shoulder when I was outside, and I didn't go far from the cabin. That night, I didn't drink. I kept the axe next to the bed and left a few candles burning. Around 1 a.m., I woke up again, this time to a thud against the cabin wall. It was quick, like someone threw a small rock. Then it happened again. I got up and quietly went to the window. I couldn't see anything in the dark. The moon was barely visible through the clouds. I waited, but the sound didn't come back. After about an hour, I went back to bed, though I didn't really sleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check for tracks. I found one partial boot print in the soft dirt near the back wall. It was faint, but it was there. It wasn't mine. Mine were deep and wide, from my work boots. This one was narrower, like a hiking shoe. I felt my stomach drop a little. Someone had been out there. I didn't have cell service, and the only way back to town was a 5-hour drive. I had told my brother where I'd be, but I wasn't due to check in until the weekend. I decided to stay, but I kept the axe with me at all times now. That night, I locked the door, moved the small table in front of it, and stacked some cans on the windowsill so they'd fall and make noise if someone tried to open it. Around midnight, I heard footsteps again. This time they were louder and closer. They moved slowly from the trees to the front porch. The boards creaked. My heart was pounding. I sat up in bed, gripping the axe, barely breathing. Then silence. I waited, frozen. After what felt like an hour, I heard the creak of the porch again. Then nothing. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, I was ready to leave. I packed my things quickly and loaded them into the truck. But when I got in and turned the key, the engine clicked once and died. I tried again. Nothing. The battery was dead. I checked under the hood. Nothing seemed out of place, and I had driven it just the day before with no problems. It didn't make sense. I spent the day trying to stay calm. I rationed my food and water and spent most of the daylight hours chopping wood and walking the area in small circles, trying to keep myself busy. I had a small emergency radio, but it didn't pick up any signal. I felt trapped. That night, I brought the axe and a heavy flashlight into bed with me. I didn't light any candles, hoping the darkness would keep me hidden. Around 3 a.m., I heard the doorknob turn. It rattled, slowly, like someone was testing it. Then the sound of someone pressing their weight against the door. I held the axe tight and stayed completely still. The door held. After a minute, the pressure stopped. I heard footsteps walking away, then nothing. At sunrise, I walked a mile in both directions down the dirt road to see if I could find another car, another cabin, anything. Nothing, just forest. By the 5th day, I was exhausted. I hadn't eaten much, hadn't slept more than an hour at a time. Every sound made my skin crawl. I started to think I was losing my mind. I wrote down everything in my journal, every detail, in case something happened to me. That night, I didn't hear anything. It was dead silent. But in the morning, I found a pile of small rocks stacked neatly in front of the door, like a totem. Someone had been there again. I was done. I packed what I could carry and started walking. I knew there was a ranger station somewhere east, about 15 miles away. I followed the dirt road, then a game trail moving fast, looking over my shoulder every few minutes. Around midday, I finally saw a wooden sign for the ranger station. When I got there, it was locked up, but there was a CB radio and a logbook inside a small shed. I used the radio to call for help. After about an hour, someone responded, and by evening, a ranger drove up in a four-wheeler and took me back to town. I told him everything. He said there had been reports of squatters and off-grid loners in the area before. Some were harmless, but a few had gotten aggressive with hikers. They think someone tampered with my truck battery, maybe tried to scare me off. I never found out who it was. The local sheriff took a report but said unless I saw a face or had proof, there wasn't much they could do. I left the cabin key with the ranger and never went back. It's been 6 years. I still go camping sometimes, but never alone. I check my surroundings constantly, and I always bring backup power and GPS. That trip changed the way I think about being alone in nature. There's peace in solitude, but sometimes there's danger in the silence too. What haunts me most isn't what I saw, but what I didn't. The things that stayed just out of sight. The sounds, the footprints, the rocks. Someone was watching me. Someone was right there, and they never said a word. It was the summer of 2016 when I decided to take a solo trip up north. I was 34 years old then, burnt out from city life in Chicago, and sick of staring at computer screens every day. I had worked nonstop for almost 9 years at a small digital marketing firm, rarely took vacations, and thought I owed myself something quiet, simple, and away from people. I found a small cabin rental listed on an old outdoor enthusiast forum, not even on Airbnb or any of the usual places. It was just a one-paragraph description and 3 grainy pictures. A wooden cabin by a lake in northern Minnesota, about 40 minutes from the nearest town. I emailed the owner, a man named Rick, and wired him a deposit. 2 weeks later, I packed up my car and drove up. The cabin sat on a small plot of land surrounded by thick pine forest. There was no cell signal for at least 10 miles and no Wi-Fi. I was prepared for that. I had brought books, some fishing gear, a small cooler of food, and basic supplies. It was a modest little place, no bigger than a studio apartment. The front porch overlooked the lake, and the water shimmered with a dark blue hue, almost black in the early mornings. The dock looked half-rotted, but it held my weight. A small rowboat was tied to it, with oars tossed carelessly inside. The first few days were uneventful and peaceful. I spent my mornings fishing or reading on the porch. The afternoons were warm and quiet, with only the occasional sounds of birds or the wind shifting through the trees. The lake was still most of the time. I saw no other cabins or people. The closest neighbor, according to Rick, lived almost a mile down the gravel road and wasn't around that season. On the 4th night, things started to feel different. I was lying in bed, reading, when I heard something crunch outside. It wasn't loud, but sharp, like a footstep on dried pine needles. I sat up. There were animals out here, so I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. Still, I walked to the window and peeked through the curtains. I saw nothing, just the trees swaying in the dark. I went back to bed. The next morning, I noticed something odd. The boat, which had been tied tightly to the dock, was slightly adrift. It was still close, but the rope was loosened. I walked down and pulled it back, tying it again, tighter this time. I tried to brush it off, Maybe the knot slipped. Maybe a strong wind pulled it. I didn't want to think about someone being out there, but something started to gnaw at me. The quiet no longer felt peaceful, felt heavy, too still. I began to feel watched. Not all the time, but at night especially. The woods beyond the cabin windows looked deeper somehow, and there was a lingering sense that something could be just behind those trees, perfectly still, blending in with the dark. I tried to distract myself by hiking along some of the nearby trails. I didn't go far. I wasn't looking to get lost, but I needed to feel like I was in control of my environment. Still, no matter where I went, I felt like I was being followed. Not obviously, just a prickling on the back of my neck, like I should turn around, even though I never saw anything. The worst of it started on the 6th night. I had just climbed into bed when I heard it again. The crunch, closer this time. I stayed perfectly still, heart thumping. Then I heard another noise, something brushing against the side of the cabin. Not an animal, not a branch. It was deliberate. I waited for what felt like an hour, gripping the flashlight I kept by the bed. I didn't sleep much that night. At sunrise, I walked around the cabin. On the side facing the woods, under one of the windows, I found a partial footprint. Barefoot, white, human, but only the ball and toes were pressed into the dirt. It was faint but unmistakable. Someone had been there. That afternoon, I tried to leave. I packed quickly, stuffing everything back into the car. But when I turned the key, the engine sputtered. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood but didn't know what I was looking for. I checked my phone. Still no signal. I was stuck. I sat in the car for an hour trying to calm down. I had food, water, and shelter. I figured I could wait until someone drove down the road. But I hadn't seen a car in days. I decided to wait until morning. I locked the doors and went back inside. That night, the sounds were worse. I heard footsteps circling the cabin. Not fast, just slow, steady pacing. Then something scraped along the back wall, metal, maybe. I stayed in the center of the cabin, flashlight in hand, listening. No windows broke, no doors opened, but whoever it was, they knew I was inside. They were testing me. I didn't sleep at all. As soon as the sun rose, I packed a small backpack with essentials and started walking down the gravel road. I hoped I could make it to the main road or flag someone down. It was about 1.5 miles before I finally saw a truck coming the other way. I stepped into the road, waving frantically. The driver stopped and rolled down his window. I explained everything I could, quickly, and asked for a ride into town. He looked at me like I was crazy but let me in. I called a tow truck in town. Took them hours to get to the cabin and haul my car out. When the mechanic finally looked it over, he found something strange. The ignition wires had been tampered with. Someone had cut them, clean and precise. Not animals, not wear and tear. Someone didn't want me to leave. I filed a report with the local sheriff, but there wasn't much they could do. The area was remote, and I hadn't seen anyone. No cameras, no photos, just a vague footprint and a story. I didn't bother going back for the rest of my stuff. I told Rick to keep the deposit. I haven't been camping since. I moved later that year, back to Milwaukee where I grew up. Bought a condo in the middle of the city. I don't care if it's loud. I don't care if there are people everywhere. I sleep better surrounded by streetlights and sirens than I ever did in that perfect little cabin by the lake. Sometimes I still wonder what would have happened if my car hadn't started, if I hadn't found that truck, if I had stayed just one more night. But I don't let my mind go too far down that road. Some places are meant to be empty, and some people prefer it that way. It happened back in the fall of 2016. I was 32 at the time, burned out from work and needing to get away from everything. I had spent over a decade working in a tech company in Dallas, and things were starting to feel too loud, too fake, and too exhausting. My sleep was getting worse, my appetite was all over the place, and even simple things like grocery shopping felt overwhelming. I didn't want to take a vacation where I had to deal with people or plan itineraries. I just wanted to be alone somewhere quiet for a while. I ended up renting a remote cabin in northern Idaho, near the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness. The listing described it as a basic off-grid place with a wood stove, solar power for light, a small water tank, and a propane fridge. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal. Just me and the woods. That was exactly what I wanted. The owner said it was mostly used in summer by hunters or hikers, but was available into late October, depending on snow. I booked it for 10 days and flew up from Dallas with a single backpack, a few books, a small cooler of food, and a plan to just do nothing but relax. Getting to the cabin required a long drive east from Lewiston, then north along a gravel road for another 2 hours. It was slow, winding through thick pine and spruce. There were no houses, no signs, no other cars. The directions the owner gave were simple. Look for a red marker on a tree, turn left down a dirt path, follow it for about a mile, and you'll see the cabin. That path was little more than tire ruts over dried leaves and mud, barely visible in some spots. When I finally arrived, the place looked just like the photos. A small, weathered wooden structure with a slanted metal roof, a front porch with a bench, and a little chimney puffing smoke. The air was cold and clean, filled with the scent of pine. There was no fence, no other building in sight. Just dense trees all around and the occasional sound of birds or squirrels. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A twin bed, a small table and chair, shelves with some canned goods, a stack of firewood, and a dusty window looking out to the woods. The first couple days were peaceful. I spent time reading, walking on the nearby trails, collecting kindling, and just breathing. I hadn't felt that kind of silence in years. It was like the woods wrapped around the place like a blanket. At night, I'd make tea, light a candle, and sit by the fire with a book. There were no lights outside, so the cabin sat in complete darkness except for the fire glow. By the third day, I had noticed some odd things, though. They were small at first. I found one of the porch steps covered in fresh dirt, as if someone had scraped the ground with their boot. I figured it might have been a raccoon or a deer nosing around. Later that afternoon, I came back from a walk and saw the front door was slightly open. I was sure I had latched it, but maybe I hadn't. It was an old door, and the wind might have nudged it open. But the next morning, things were a little harder to ignore. I stepped outside just after sunrise and found boot prints. Not mine. I was using thick rubber-soled hiking shoes with a distinct tread. These were more like work boots. Deep heel marks slightly larger than my foot, going around the side of the cabin and vanishing into the trees. They looked fresh. The earth was moist, and the edges of the print were sharp. That shook me a bit. I stood out there staring at them for a while, listening for any sound. But the woods were still. I walked around the cabin, checked the windows and door again, and everything seemed fine. There was no damage, nothing missing, and no sign anyone had been inside. I told myself it was probably a hunter passing through, maybe using the cabin area as a waypoint. Still, I didn't like it. I decided to start locking the door even during the day. The cabin had a simple bolt latch and a padlock. It wouldn't stop anyone determined, but it made me feel better. That night, I stacked firewood against the inside of the door, just enough to hear if it moved. I barely slept. Every creak in the walls or branch snapping outside made my stomach tighten. I lay in bed for hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting. The next few days, I kept a tighter routine. I only walked during midday and stayed close to the cabin. I kept a small hatchet with me at all times and started carving notches into a log near the porch to track the days. One notch for each day I made it through. On the 6th morning, I woke up to find the notches had been carved deeper. Much deeper, not in a way I would have done. The cuts were wider, more aggressive, angled like they were made quickly by a larger blade. My hands went cold. I hadn't heard anything the night before. That afternoon, I walked a perimeter around the cabin, staying within 50 feet. I looked for more boot prints, broken branches, anything. About 30 yards downhill, I found something that didn't belong. A crushed beer can, half buried under leaves. It was a brand I hadn't brought. Next to it, a pile of bones. Small ones, maybe squirrel or rabbit, stripped clean. The bones were laid out in a straight line on a piece of bark. That stopped me in my tracks. I backed away, trying to stay calm. I told myself again that maybe a hunter or trapper had been through and left things behind. But why lay bones like that? Why not bury or toss them? I felt watched. Every tree looked like it was hiding someone. I turned and walked quickly back to the cabin. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat by the window, staring into the woods with the fire low and my hatchet in hand. On the 7th day, it snowed lightly, the first of the season, just a thin dusting that coated the roof and ground. Around noon, I heard a distant cracking noise, like a tree falling. It was deep in the woods. Not unusual, but it felt closer than before. A few minutes later, I saw movement out the window. Something darted between the trees. I froze. I couldn't tell if it was an animal or a person, but it was too tall for a deer. I didn't go outside again that day. That night, I nailed a piece of wood across the inside of the front door and dragged the table in front of it. I kept the fire low, didn't light any candles. I wanted it to look like no one was home. Just before midnight, I heard it. Footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, like someone trying not to make noise. Then a low scraping, like a boot dragging across the wood. I held my breath. My heart felt like it would break through my ribs. There was a long pause. Then the doorknob turned. It rattled slowly. Then again, harder. Stopped. And I heard nothing. I sat there for what felt like hours, unmoving. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep out of sheer exhaustion, because I woke up at dawn with the fire out. I removed the barricade and opened the door slowly. No one there, but the snow told me everything. There were fresh prints in it. Clear, booted prints. They went from the trees to the porch and back. One set. I followed them with my eyes, but they disappeared into the thick forest beyond a ridge. I had 3 days left on the reservation, but I couldn't stay. I packed everything within an hour, threw on my backpack, and left. I didn't care if I had to hike the full 2 hours back to the main road. I kept checking over my shoulder every few minutes. I felt like I was being followed, though I never saw anyone. When I got back to my rental car, it was untouched. The road out was slippery but passable. I drove straight to Lewiston, found the cheapest motel I could, and collapsed on the bed. I reported what happened to the cabin owner, who didn't respond until 2 days later with a short message saying, "Thanks for letting me know. I didn't push it. I didn't want to hear more." I canceled the rest of my time off and flew back to Dallas the next day. I didn't tell anyone what happened, not for months. Even now, I'm not sure how to explain it properly. All I know is that someone else was out there, someone who knew I was alone, someone who came back more than once. I think if I had stayed just one more night, they might have come inside. I haven't gone back to the woods since then. Not alone. Not ever again. It was early November of 2019 when I decided to take a break from everything. I was 31 years old, living in Fort Wayne, Indiana, working as a field technician for a cable company. My life had fallen into a routine that felt suffocating. Work, eat, sleep, repeat. I hadn't taken time off in over a year. I didn't have a girlfriend, wasn't close with my family, and most of my friends had either moved away or were busy with their own lives. I wasn't depressed exactly, just numb, so I planned a solo trip to clear my head. I booked a small off-grid cabin about 4 hours north, just past a town called West Branch, Michigan. It was tucked into a patch of forest near Huron National Forest. The listing promised solitude, no cell service, no internet, and no neighbors for miles. It sounded perfect. I left on a Friday morning, packed up my Jeep with a week's worth of food, warm clothes, a couple paperbacks, a battery-powered lantern, firewood, and a basic emergency kit. The drive was peaceful. As I got closer to the cabin, the roads turned into narrow dirt paths lined with tall pine and bare oak trees. The autumn leaves had mostly fallen, blanketing the ground in rust-colored layers. It was cold, but not freezing. I arrived in the afternoon. The cabin was smaller than I expected. It looked old but well kept. A single-room wooden structure with a steep metal roof and a small porch out front. Inside was a wood-burning stove, a small table with 2 chairs, a bed pushed against the wall, and some shelves holding canned goods, matches, a first aid kit, and a hand-cranked radio. There was an outhouse a little ways behind the cabin. No electricity, no running water. Just the basics. I unpacked, lit the stove, and settled in. The silence was strange at first. You don't realize how much noise the modern world makes until you step away from it. That night, I cooked some canned chili on a propane burner and read by lantern light. The quiet started to feel nice. The next few days were uneventful. I spent time walking the nearby trails, chopping firewood, sitting on the porch and listening to the wind move through the trees. I didn't see another person the entire time. It was exactly what I needed. But then, on the fourth night, something changed. It started with a noise. I was in bed, half asleep, when I heard crunching outside. Slow footsteps, heavy, moving across the dead leaves. I sat up. The footsteps stopped. I waited, holding my breath. After a while, I convinced myself it was a deer. I lay back down. The next morning, I found prints in the dirt in front of the cabin. Not animal prints, boots, large ones. They came from the trees, circled around the porch, and went back into the woods. My heart sank. Someone had been there, watching, maybe more than once. I spent the day on edge, carrying the hatchet I'd brought for chopping wood. I kept looking over my shoulder, but I didn't see anything. That night, I stacked a bunch of logs inside, locked the door from the inside, and kept the hatchet within arm's reach. Just after midnight, I woke up again. Same sound, crunching, but this time slower, like whoever it was wanted to be heard. I didn't move. I stayed completely still, listening. The steps came closer, then stopped. I stayed like that for over an hour. Every time I thought I could move or breathe, there'd be another soft step outside. They were circling. At one point, I heard the sound of something brushing against the wall. My skin went cold. When it was finally quiet again, I waited another 20 minutes, then quietly slipped out of bed and peeked through the tiny window. I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black. No moon, no stars, just thick forest. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. More boot prints. This time, they led behind the cabin and toward the outhouse. I followed them. At the base of a tree about 30 feet from the cabin, I found something that stopped me cold. A pile of cigarette butts. At least 20, crushed into the dirt. Whoever it was had been watching me for a while. Long enough to sit down and smoke a pack. Maybe more than one night. They knew I was alone. I went back inside and packed my stuff, but my Jeep wouldn't start. I tried everything. Battery was fine, engine cranked, but it wouldn't turn over. I had a basic understanding of cars, but I couldn't figure it out. It had been running perfectly the whole week. I was stuck. There was no cell signal. The nearest town was about 12 miles away. I had no bike, no way to call for help. I had to wait. I told myself I'd leave in the morning and walk to town if the Jeep still wouldn't start. That night, I didn't light the lantern. I didn't want whoever was out there to see me. I sat in the dark, clutching the hatchet. Every little noise outside made me jump. At some point, I must have dozed off. I woke up to the sound of the doorknob rattling. Not the wind, not an animal. Someone was trying to open the door. I froze. My eyes adjusted just enough to make out the faint outline of the door. The knob turned again, slow and steady. They were testing it. I moved as quietly as I could, placing my back against the wall near the stove, hatchet raised. My breathing was shallow. I didn't know what I'd do if they got in. After a while, it stopped. I didn't hear footsteps, but I didn't hear the knob again either. Just silence. I stayed there until the first light of morning. When it was bright enough to see, I opened the door and stepped outside. No one, just the same set of boot prints in the dirt, fresher this time. They stopped right at the door. No other tracks around. It was like they came from the woods and vanished back into them. I checked the Jeep again. Still wouldn't start. I didn't want to wait anymore. I packed what I could carry into my backpack, grabbed the hatchet, and started walking down the dirt road back toward the main highway. I didn't know exactly how long it would take, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. I walked fast. Every few minutes, I glanced over my shoulder. The trees were thick. I kept thinking I saw movement, branches shifting, a shadow, something. I pushed those thoughts away and kept walking. After about 4 hours, I heard the sound of a truck. I ran out onto the road, waving my arms like a madman. The guy stopped, confused, probably thinking I'd been in some kind of accident. I didn't tell him everything, just that my Jeep broke down and I needed to get to town. He dropped me off at a gas station near West Branch. From there, I called a tow truck and had them go retrieve the Jeep. They brought it back to town, and guess what? Started right up without a problem. The mechanic said there was nothing wrong with it. Not a single thing. I didn't go back to the cabin. I paid the owner for the full week, left the key at the station, and drove home that same night. A few days later, I looked up reports from that area. Nothing stood out. No missing persons, no suspicious activity. But then I found a thread on an old camping forum. Someone had posted about staying in a different cabin not far from mine maybe a year earlier. They described the same thing. Footsteps at night, cigarette butts, boot prints, Jeep not starting. No one ever caught the guy. If there even was a guy. I don't know what would have happened if I stayed another night. I don't want to know. I haven't been camping since. I don't think I ever will again. The strangest part is how quiet it all was. How slow. Whoever it was, they didn't try to break in. Didn't try to hurt me right away. They were waiting, watching, maybe for me to let my guard down. I still think about it sometimes. About how far away from help I really was. How close I came to something I still don't understand. And how lucky I am to be telling this story at all. It was the fall of 2013 when I decided to spend a full week alone in a remote cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I was 34 years old, single, and burned out from working a high-stress job in downtown Chicago. The noise, the lights, the crowded trains. Everything had started wearing me down. I needed a break, a total reset. My therapist at the time had suggested I take time away from screens, people, and obligations. That's what led me to book a week-long stay in a rustic cabin I found through an old outdoor forum. The cabin was small and basic, tucked deep in the Ottawa National Forest. No electricity, no plumbing, just a wood stove, a well pump out back, a small cot, and an outhouse down a muddy path. It sat near the edge of a lake that wasn't marked on most public maps. The nearest town was about 40 miles away, and the Forest Service road that led to the cabin was rough and mostly overgrown. I had to park my SUV about half a mile from the place and hike in with my backpack and supplies. I brought a week's worth of canned food, some jerky, a big container of oats, and a few jugs of drinking water, just in case the well water didn't sit right with me. The first day was peaceful. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. The sky was gray, and the leaves had already begun to turn bright orange and deep red. I spent that day unpacking, chopping firewood from a small stack the last guest had left, and sitting by the lake doing absolutely nothing. I hadn't realized how much I missed the silence. There was no hum of traffic, no distant sirens, just the occasional bird or the wind moving through trees. It was perfect. The second day started off the same. I woke up with the sun, made some oats on the little camp stove I'd brought, and hiked a trail I'd seen near the cabin. It looped through the woods and came back around to the other side of the lake. I didn't see another soul, not even a deer, just empty woods and that constant quiet. That night, it got colder, and I had to keep the fire going well into the early morning hours. But I slept deeply. On the third day, something started to feel off. It's hard to explain, but I noticed little things. Like the pile of firewood I had stacked the day before looked slightly different. Some of the logs had been shifted. I thought maybe I just remembered it wrong. Later, I noticed footprints near the well pump. I hadn't worn my boots that morning, and these prints were from boots. Definitely not mine. They were wider and had a different tread. I figured maybe they were old. Maybe the last guest had walked around out there, and I was just now noticing the tracks. But that night, I had trouble sleeping. The woods were too quiet, not peaceful anymore. Felt like something was holding its breath out there. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps outside, slow and steady, crunching the dead leaves. I sat up in my cot and held my breath. I didn't have a weapon, just a hatchet I used for chopping wood. I sat there for what felt like an hour, gripping it in both hands, staring at the door. But the footsteps never came close. They faded away into the woods. The fourth morning, I walked around the cabin to look for signs of anyone. I found more footprints. Same tread, same width. They led from the tree line to the back of the cabin and then disappeared around the side. I followed them until I lost them in a patch of moss and pine needles. I felt uneasy, like I was being watched, but I couldn't see anyone. The forest was thick, and the early fog didn't help. I spent most of that day inside. I kept the fire going and stayed close to the hatchet. I didn't hike or go near the water, just sat in a chair by the stove and read a book. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard a creak or a thump or the crunch of leaves. Once, I thought I saw a shadow move past the tiny window. I got up and looked, but there was nothing. I told myself I was just letting my mind play tricks on me. Day 5 was when things got worse, much worse. I woke up to find the door slightly open, just an inch or two. I was sure I had locked it. There was a thick wooden latch I always slid into place before bed. Now it was half undone. I checked outside and saw the same footprints, this time leading away from the cabin and back into the woods. That confirmed it. Someone had been coming around, watching me, maybe even trying to get inside. I wanted to leave, but I had no cell service, and the nearest road was half a mile through dense forest. I didn't want to risk running into whoever was out there. I spent that day packing up my stuff slowly, keeping my ears open the whole time. I stashed everything by the door, planning to leave first thing at sunrise. That night was the worst of all. I barely used the stove to avoid making light. I ate cold oats and sat in the dark with my hatchet. Around midnight, I heard the crunch of leaves again, much closer this time. Then a knock, a slow, soft knock on the cabin wall. Not the door, just once. Then silence. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. After a few minutes, another knock. This one higher up, near the window. I didn't have curtains, just a thin old blanket pinned up. I held perfectly still. Then I heard a soft dragging sound against the wooden boards, like someone's hand trailing across the wall. I stayed frozen in that spot until morning light started to come through the trees. I didn't sleep at all. As soon as I could see clearly, I grabbed my pack and bolted. I didn't even bother putting out the fire in the stove. I ran the whole half-mile back to my SUV, heart pounding, eyes darting everywhere. When I got to the car, I saw something that made my stomach turn. There were boot prints in the mud circling the vehicle, multiple times. I drove away as fast as the dirt road would allow. I didn't stop until I hit a paved highway. That entire drive home, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I didn't go back to that cabin. I didn't even write a review or tell the forum what had happened. I just moved on, went back to my job, moved into a new apartment, and tried to forget it all. Took years for me to camp alone again. I still do sometimes, but always with a firearm and always somewhere near other people. Looking back, I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed another night. I don't want to know. I was lucky. That's the only way I can explain it. Just lucky that whoever was out there didn't try harder to come in. Or maybe they were waiting for something. I'll never know. I just know I got out before it was too late. I never thought a simple trip to a remote cabin would turn into the most harrowing experience of my life. It was the winter of 2018, and I had decided to take a break from the hustle of city life. My name is Daniel, a 32-year-old freelance writer from Chicago. The idea was to find solitude, away from the constant buzz of notifications and the city's relentless pace. I found a listing for a secluded cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. The photos showed a quaint wooden structure nestled among towering pines, with a frozen lake nearby. It was perfect. I packed my essentials: clothes, food supplies for 2 weeks, my laptop, and a few books. I informed my sister, Emily, about my plans and promised to check in every few days. The drive was long and uneventful. As I ventured deeper into the wilderness, the roads became narrower and the snow thicker. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the snow-covered landscape. The cabin was just as described, rustic but cozy, with a wood-burning stove, a small kitchen, and a lofted sleeping area. The first few days were blissful. I spent my time writing, reading, and taking long walks in the snow. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of wildlife or the creaking of trees. I felt at peace. However, on the fifth night, things began to change. I was awakened by a distant sound, like the crunching of snow underfoot. At first, I dismissed it as an animal, perhaps a deer or a fox. But the footsteps grew louder, more deliberate. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened intently. The steps circled the cabin, then stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Minutes passed. Then, a soft knock on the door. I hesitated. Who could be out here at this hour? I approached the door cautiously, peering through the peephole. Nothing, just darkness. I locked the door and checked all the windows, ensuring they were secure. Sleep was elusive that night. The next morning, I found footprints around the cabin. They were human, leading from the woods to the door and back. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. I decided to cut my trip short. I packed my belongings and prepared to leave. But when I tried to start my car, it wouldn't turn over. I checked the engine, but everything seemed fine. The fuel gauge showed a full tank. Panic set in. I was stranded. I tried to call for help, but there was no signal. The nearest town was miles away, and with the snow, it would be a treacherous journey on foot. I rationed my supplies, hoping someone would come looking for me. Days passed. The footsteps returned each night, always stopping at the door, never entering. I began to lose track of time. The isolation, the fear, it was consuming me. One night, I decided to confront whoever was tormenting me. I stayed awake, armed with a fireplace poker, waiting. Around midnight, the footsteps came. I flung the door open, ready to face my stalker. But there was no one, just the endless expanse of snow and trees. I stepped outside, scanning the area. Then I saw it, a figure in the distance watching me. I shouted, demanding answers, but they turned and disappeared into the woods. I chased after them, driven by a mix of fear and anger. The snow was deep, and I struggled to keep up. The figure led me deeper into the forest, then vanished. I was lost. The cold was biting, and I realized I had no idea how to get back. I wandered for hours, disoriented and freezing. Just as I was about to give up, I saw a light in the distance. I stumbled towards it, hoping it was the cabin. It was. Relief washed over me as I entered, collapsing by the stove. The next morning, I found a note slipped under the door. Leave. That was it. I didn't need further convincing. I gathered my things and began the arduous trek to the nearest town. Took me 2 days, but I made it. I reported the incident to the authorities, but they found no evidence of another person at the cabin. To this day, I don't know who or what was out there, but I learned a valuable lesson. Sometimes, solitude isn't as peaceful as it seems. It was the summer of 2013, and I had just turned 33. After a long, exhausting year working in construction management, I decided I needed to get away for a while. Not just a regular weekend camping trip or a day off lounging around at home. I wanted something quiet and remote, somewhere I wouldn't hear traffic or have to look at a screen for days. I started searching for off-grid cabins in the mountains. After a few days of digging around online, I found one that was cheap and pretty isolated, about 40 miles outside a small Colorado town called Ouray. The pictures showed a small one-bedroom cabin built in the 60s. It had been maintained decently well, had a wood stove, basic kitchen setup, no cell reception, and the closest neighbor was about 5 miles down the dirt road. That's exactly what I needed. I packed my truck with enough supplies for 2 weeks. Non-perishable food, a big water jug, cooking gear, hiking boots, extra clothes, a portable solar panel, and my old journal I hadn't written in for years. I also brought a basic rifle and some ammo, mostly because I knew there were black bears and mountain lions in that part of Colorado. It wasn't something I worried about much, but I preferred to be prepared. I left early one Monday morning and drove through winding mountain roads for most of the day until I reached the old logging trail that led to the cabin. The last 6 miles of the road were rough. Potholes, loose gravel, and no signs of life. The forest felt thick and heavy the deeper I went. When I finally saw the roof of the cabin peeking through the trees, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. The place looked exactly like the pictures, small, wooden, kind of rugged. But the area around it was clean, and it didn't look like anyone had vandalized it or messed with the property. There was a small clearing around the cabin, maybe 60 feet across, and then nothing but dense pine woods in every direction. I unlocked the door using the code the owner sent me and stepped inside. It smelled like old wood and dust, but nothing unbearable. The cabin had one main room with a bed in the corner, a tiny table with 2 chairs, a little kitchen area with a propane stove, and a bathroom that just had a composting toilet and a bucket sink. The only light came from the big front window and a skylight over the bed. It was quiet, really quiet. The first 2 days were uneventful. I spent my time walking around the nearby woods, cooking simple meals, chopping firewood, and reading. I didn't hear anything strange, didn't see anything out of the ordinary. At night, I'd sit on the porch and stare at the stars. They were brighter than I'd ever seen. The air was cool even in June, and I slept better than I had in years. By the 3rd night, I started noticing things that didn't quite sit right with me. The first thing was a sound. It came late at night, around 2:30 a.m., and it sounded like footsteps crunching through the leaves. I figured maybe it was an animal, a deer maybe, or even a bear sniffing around. I stayed in bed and didn't bother checking. But the next morning, I went outside and looked around the cabin. About 15 feet from the front porch, I found something strange. The grass was flattened in a straight line, almost like someone had walked through it multiple times, pacing back and forth. There were no clear shoe prints, just the flattened grass and broken twigs. I stood there staring for a while, then tried to shrug it off. The next night, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they circled the cabin slowly. Not fast or aggressive, just steady and even. I didn't sleep much that night. I stayed still in bed, staring at the ceiling, heart thumping. I didn't turn the lights on. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. At one point, I thought I heard breathing right outside the wall, but I couldn't be sure. I made up my mind the next morning to check the area more thoroughly. I walked a big loop through the woods around the cabin, about 300 yards out. I looked for any signs of animals or people, but I didn't find anything unusual. No trash, no broken branches, no weird smells. Just trees and underbrush. That afternoon, I considered leaving early, but something made me stay. Maybe it was pride, maybe it was stupidity. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. The 5th night, things escalated. I was sitting inside by the wood stove, writing in my journal, when I heard 3 hard knocks on the back wall. Not scratching, not tapping, knocks. I froze. I didn't move for maybe 10 minutes. The knocking didn't repeat. I quietly grabbed my rifle, loaded it, and kept it next to me the rest of the night. I didn't sleep. I just sat in the chair, staring at the door. I didn't hear anything else until right before sunrise, when I heard something like a low grunt or cough from the woods. When daylight came, I did a full inspection around the cabin. On the back wall, where the knocks came from, I saw something that made my stomach twist. There were scratch marks on the wood, not deep, but fresh. 3 long lines, vertical, about shoulder height. They didn't look like they came from a bear. They were too straight, too deliberate. I decided I'd leave the next morning. I spent the rest of that day repacking my supplies, keeping my rifle within reach. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't cook. I kept everything dark, sat in the corner with my back to the wall, watching the front window. Around midnight, I heard movement again. Slow footsteps, this time stopping and starting. Then something brushed against the window. Not hard, just a light drag, like someone ran their hand across it. I sat still, barely breathing. My heart was thudding so loud I thought whoever was outside would hear it. The sound went away. 10 minutes later, I heard the door handle jiggle. I nearly fired through the door, but I held back. After a few seconds, it stopped. Silence returned, but I didn't move the rest of the night. At first light, I threw everything in my truck. I didn't even eat breakfast. I drove out of there like my life depended on it, and I didn't stop until I reached a gas station near Montrose. I called the cabin owner, told him something was wrong up there. He acted surprised, but I could tell from his tone he'd heard something like this before. He refunded half my money without even arguing. I didn't report anything to the police. I didn't have proof. No one would believe me, and I didn't have a clear face or name to give them. All I know is that someone or something was out there watching me, getting closer every night. Even now, years later, I still think about that cabin. I haven't gone back into the woods alone since. I sleep with a motion light on my porch and a camera by my back door. Nothing's happened since, but I can't forget the feeling of being watched. That kind of fear doesn't go away. The scariest part wasn't what I saw, it was what I didn't see. The silence, the stillness, the way the woods can swallow up sound and movement like nothing ever happened. I still don't know who was out there, but I know for a fact I wasn't alone. And that's why I don't go into the woods anymore. It was the fall of 1997 when I decided to take a break from my usual life in the city and head out to a remote cabin tucked deep in the Pine Ridge Mountains. I was 28, working as a junior architect in Seattle, but after nearly a year of nonstop projects, deadlines, and noisy apartment living, I needed a change. Something quiet, something simple, a place to clear my head and think. The cabin was an old family property, one my uncle had bought in the early 70s but hadn't used in years. He told me it was off the grid, about 15 miles past the last town on a dirt road, surrounded by thick pine forest and jagged hills. It sounded perfect. I arrived in early October. The leaves were just beginning to turn amber and crimson, the air crisp and fresh with that unmistakable scent of pine needles and earth. The sun was still warm in the day but dropped fast at night. When I got out of the car near the cabin, I felt an immediate sense of relief. The silence was different from anything I'd known. No traffic, no chatter, just the wind brushing through the trees and distant bird calls. The cabin itself was small and weathered but solid. Rough wooden planks darkened by years of rain and snow, a stone chimney rising crookedly from one side. Inside, the floor creaked with every step, and the fireplace was filled with cold ashes. A single room with a small kitchenette on one side, a narrow staircase leading to a loft, and one battered armchair facing a cracked window that overlooked the forest. I unpacked my things slowly, savoring the quiet. I wasn't planning to stay long, maybe a week or two, just enough to recharge and sketch some ideas for work. The first 2 days were peaceful. I spent mornings wandering the nearby trails, sometimes climbing small hills for the view. The woods were full of rustling leaves, squirrels, and the occasional deer. Evenings were spent reading by the fire or staring out into the dark forest beyond the cabin's dim porch light. At night, the stars seemed closer, sharper, and more numerous than I'd ever seen. I felt like I was stepping out of time. On the third night, things started to shift. It began with a sound, not a loud one, but sharp enough to pull me from sleep. Something scraping like metal against stone, coming from outside. I sat up in bed and listened. The cabin's thin walls did little to block the noise. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I told myself it was just a branch caught in the wind or an animal knocking against a rock. Nothing to worry about. The next day, I checked the perimeter of the cabin. The forest was thick, the ground littered with pine cones and fallen leaves, but I saw no sign of disturbance, no footprints or broken branches. I started feeling a little uneasy, though, the feeling you get when something just feels off. But I pushed it aside, told myself it was the loneliness playing tricks on my mind. That night, the scraping sound returned, but louder this time. It was coming from the direction of the back porch. I was sitting near the fireplace when I heard it. I froze, heart pounding. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the loose shutters and making the wooden beams groan. But the scraping was distinct, deliberate. I reached slowly for the small flashlight I kept on the table and moved toward the door. My hands trembled slightly. I hesitated, then cracked the door open a little. Nothing, just the dark forest and the wind. The porch light flickered as the bulb wavered in the old socket. I closed the door, locked it carefully, and bolted the old latch. My thoughts raced. Was it some wild animal? A raccoon or a bear? Bears were known to wander here, but they usually avoided humans. Or was it someone else? The idea unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I tried to calm down by drinking a cup of tea, but sleep was impossible that night. I kept imagining shadows moving just beyond the window frames, the scraping noise echoing in my ears. My mind was on edge, every creak and pop of the cabin sounding like footsteps. On the fourth day, I made a decision to explore further into the forest, away from the cabin's immediate area. I wanted to distract myself, to find some beauty that would wash away the creeping fear. I packed a small bag with water, snacks, a map, and my camera. The trail I chose was narrow and barely marked, winding through dense pine trees that blocked much of the sky. For hours I walked. The forest was serene, with sunlight filtering through the canopy in mottled patterns. I stopped often to take pictures of mushrooms, moss-covered rocks, and fallen logs. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Even the birds seemed to fade away. I noticed the occasional animal track in the mud, deer, fox, maybe a wild boar, but no signs of people. As afternoon faded to evening, I realized I'd wandered further than intended. The path had become harder to follow, swallowed by fallen leaves and broken branches. I tried to turn back, but soon found I wasn't sure which way to go. My compass helped, but the forest was thick and confusing. I started to feel the first real panic creeping in. I checked my watch. It was nearly 6 p.m. Sunset was close. I quickened my pace, trying to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed to close around me. The trees grew taller, their trunks thick and twisted. Shadows lengthened, and the temperature dropped noticeably. My breath came out in little clouds. I felt exposed, small, and helpless. Suddenly, I heard a noise. Not the usual forest sounds, but something heavier. A snapping twig nearby, maybe 10 yards away. I stopped dead, heart pounding. I spun slowly, flashlight in hand, scanning the dense underbrush. Nothing visible. Then the noise again, closer, faster, a rustling that didn't sound like an animal I knew. I started walking faster, almost jogging, hoping to reach the main trail or at least the road. After what felt like an eternity, I finally spotted a break in the trees. The dirt road. Relief flooded me, but it was short-lived. At the edge of the clearing stood a figure, motionless, partially hidden by shadows and tall grass. My breath caught. I couldn't tell if it was a man or an animal at first. It was tall, thin, and wearing a dark jacket. I froze. The figure didn't move. I didn't dare call out or run. After a moment, the figure turned slowly and melted back into the forest. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself to run along the road toward the cabin. When I reached the cabin, it was almost dark. I locked every door and window before lighting a fire in the fireplace. My hands shook so badly I spilled wood ashes. I stayed up all night, sitting by the fire with my flashlight and an old hunting knife I'd found in the cabin's kitchen drawer. The next morning, I decided to leave. I packed hurriedly, my mind racing. But as I tried to start the car, the engine refused to turn over. I tried again and again, but nothing. The battery was dead. No cell service either, of course. The dirt road was long, and I had no tools or spare parts. I was trapped. For the next 3 days, I stayed inside the cabin, keeping watch, rationing food, and trying to fix the car battery with no luck. The scraping noises continued nightly, sometimes moving around the cabin, sometimes stopping just outside the windows. On the third night, I saw another shadowy figure lurking just beyond the tree line. I realized whoever or whatever was out there wasn't a wild animal. It was someone watching me, someone who knew this place well. On the fifth day, the tension finally broke. I was sitting near the window, trying to stay calm, when I heard heavy footsteps crunching through the leaves outside. The front door rattled as if someone was trying to open it. I grabbed the knife and edged toward the door. The lock was old and flimsy, and I knew it wouldn't hold long. Then suddenly the door burst open. A man stood in the doorway, face shadowed by a cap, eyes sharp and cold. He said nothing, just stepped inside. My heart was racing. I raised the knife, but he was faster. He grabbed my wrist, squeezing hard enough to hurt but not break. He motioned toward the cabin's back door and forced me outside. The cold air hit my face, and I stumbled. Behind me, I heard the cabin door slam shut. The man led me deep into the forest, moving quickly. I had no choice but to follow, my mind spinning with fear and confusion. After what seemed like hours, we reached a small clearing where an old pickup truck was parked. He pushed me inside, and the truck rumbled to life. I didn't speak, and he didn't either. After a tense drive, we came to a small town. The man finally stopped and opened the door, motioning for me to get out. I ran immediately to the nearest store, breathless and trembling. I found a phone and called the police. The man was arrested shortly after, caught with stolen goods and weapons in his truck. It turned out he was a local thief who had been using the forest and abandoned cabins to hide and plan robberies. The Pine Ridge cabin was a known hideout, but I had no idea. I stayed away from the cabin after that. The police helped me fix my car and drove me back to Seattle. Even months later, I never thought I would go back to the woods after what happened that fall in 1998. The memory sits with me like a weight, heavy and cold, every time I think about it. I was 28 years old, working a dull office job in Seattle, and felt worn down. I needed to get away. I wanted peace, a place where no one could bother me. No noise, no screens, no people, just quiet. That's how I found the cabin on Black Pine Ridge, a small, old wooden cabin a few miles off the beaten path in the Cascade Mountains. I booked the place for a week in late October. The weather was starting to turn cold. The trees on the ridge were losing their leaves, and the wind was already sharp in the evening. The cabin was nothing fancy. No electricity, no running water, just a wood stove, a cold spring a short walk away, and enough supplies to keep me fed and warm. It was perfect, or so I thought. When I first arrived, I remember parking my car at the bottom of the ridge and hiking up the narrow dirt path. The trees were tall and thick, mostly pine and fir, the needles brushing against my jacket as I pushed through. The smell of damp earth and wood filled the air. I was alone except for the occasional crow's caw echoing through the forest. The sun was already dipping behind the ridges, casting long shadows across the trail. The cabin sat on a small clearing, a rough rectangle of weathered logs, covered in patches of moss and old paint peeling off the walls. The porch creaked under my boots as I stepped up and unlocked the door. Inside, the air smelled musty but clean. There was a small table, 2 chairs, a cot, and a stack of firewood next to the stove. I dropped my pack, pulled out a lighter, and got the fire going. The warmth spread quickly, filling the room with a soft orange glow. For the first couple of days, everything went fine. I spent the mornings gathering wood, walking the trails, and fishing in the stream a mile downhill. The nights were cold but peaceful. I had packed canned food and a few fresh vegetables, and I cooked simple meals over the stove. At night, I lay awake sometimes listening to the wind blow through the trees or the distant howl of a coyote, but mostly I felt safe. Then, on the 3rd day, things began to change. That afternoon, I went for a longer hike to explore the ridge farther out. The sun was lower in the sky when I realized I had lost track of time. I turned back, but the forest had changed around me. The trail was faint, overgrown with fallen leaves and broken branches. The sky darkened quickly, and a thick fog started rolling in. I hurried, but the mist blurred my vision and muffled my footsteps. I finally made it back to the cabin just as the light disappeared. The door was closed, but I noticed something strange. The firewood pile outside was scattered, logs knocked over like someone had rifled through it. I felt a chill run down my spine. I double-checked the door locks and went inside, shutting the door firmly behind me. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every small sound seemed louder. The creak of the wooden walls, the whistle of the wind squeezing through cracks, the snap of twigs from outside. I sat by the stove with the door locked, gripping my knife just in case. When the wind died down, I thought I heard footsteps outside, soft and slow, but I told myself it was just the trees moving. The next morning, I went to check the surroundings. I found broken twigs and footprints in the soft dirt near the cabin. The footprints were big, heavier than mine, and they led away into the woods. My heart pounded, but I told myself it was probably a hunter or someone passing through. This place wasn't totally cut off. Still, I felt watched. Every shadow seemed to shift when I looked at it. When I went to the spring to get water, I noticed some strange marks on the bark of a tree, deep scratches arranged in a pattern I couldn't understand. They looked recent, fresh, as if someone had taken a knife or an axe to the tree. The feeling of unease grew. On the 5th day, the power of that unease hit me full force. I woke before dawn to the sound of someone, or something, moving outside. There was the sound of footsteps crunching leaves, low and deliberate. I stayed frozen under the blanket, listening. The footsteps circled the cabin, slow, patient. The door rattled once or twice in the wind, but I knew I had locked it well. I reached for my flashlight and peered through the grimy window. The fog had thickened, making it almost impossible to see past the edge of the clearing. Then I saw it, a dark figure moving just beyond the tree line, tall, hunched, watching. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't leave, not in the dark, not into the fog and trees. I couldn't stay outside either. I grabbed the old hunting rifle left in the cabin's corner, loaded it slowly, trying not to shake. The figure didn't move away. It stayed just at the edge, visible in the beam of my flashlight, eyes catching a faint glimmer. For the rest of that day, I kept the rifle close, never left the cabin's porch without it. I didn't dare go to the spring alone anymore. Every time I heard a noise, a branch snapping, a distant animal call, my heart jumped. On the 6th day, the strangest thing happened. I found a note pinned to the cabin's front door. It was written on a torn piece of paper, messy and barely legible. The words were simple but chilling. "You are not alone. Leave now." No signature, no explanation, just those words. I looked around, hoping to see who might have left it, but the fog was thick and the woods silent. Whoever it was had come close enough to pin the note and left without making a sound. The thought that someone had been watching me for days, that they knew I was alone, broke something inside me. I debated leaving immediately. I packed some essentials and considered hiking back down the ridge, but the trail was barely visible. The fog, the darkness, it was too dangerous to try alone. I thought about calling for help on my cell phone, but the cabin was too far out of range. I stayed inside that day, barricaded, checking the windows and doors again and again. When night came, I sat by the fire with the rifle across my lap, listening to every sound outside. On the last night, the footsteps came again, louder and closer this time. The figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, and I saw more clearly now. Not a wild animal, but a man. A stranger, rough-looking, with a dirty jacket and wild eyes. He didn't speak, just stood there watching, waiting. I felt the rifle heavy in my hands. I didn't want to shoot. I didn't want to fight. I just wanted to survive. Suddenly, the man turned and disappeared into the woods as silently as he had come. The footsteps faded away. I didn't sleep that night. I sat awake until dawn, waiting for the sun to rise, knowing I had to leave as soon as it did. When morning came, I packed quickly, grabbing everything I needed, and headed down the trail. The fog had lifted, but I was still shaking, every sense alert. The hike down was slow and tense. Every crack of a branch, every bird call felt like a warning. I finally reached my car, keys in trembling hands, and drove away from Black Pine Ridge, not looking back. Took me years to understand what had happened there. The man I saw was probably a local, someone who lived in those woods or used them to hide. Maybe he thought I was a threat or an intruder. Maybe he just wanted me gone. The cabin was never the peaceful escape I hoped for. It was a trap, a place where isolation turned into fear. Now, whenever I'm in the city, surrounded by people and noise, I still remember those dark nights on the ridge, the cold fog, the footsteps outside the cabin. It reminds me how thin the line is between safety and danger, especially when you're truly alone in the wild. I never went back, and I never will. It was the autumn of 1993 when I decided to take a break from everything. My life in the city had become unbearable. Work was endless. My small apartment was suffocating, and I felt like I was losing myself in the noise of people, cars, and neon lights. I needed silence, space, and somewhere no one could find me. I wanted to disappear, even if only for a few days. I found the cabin online. It was in the mountains of northern Vermont, not far from the border with Canada, but still deep enough in the wilderness. The owner described it as cozy, rustic, off the grid, which meant no electricity, no phone, no distractions. Exactly what I wanted. I booked it for a week, packed my bag with enough food, water, and gear, and drove 3 hours from Burlington to the tiny town nearest to the cabin. The town was small, quiet, the kind of place where everyone seemed to know everyone else's business, but I was just a stranger passing through. I stopped at a general store to get last-minute supplies. The old man behind the counter gave me a strange look when I told him where I was headed. I shrugged it off. The road to the cabin was a narrow, winding dirt track that twisted through the forest. The trees were tall, thick with leaves that had started to turn gold and red. I could hear the wind moving through the branches and the occasional bird call. The deeper I drove, the quieter it became. No other cars, no signs of civilization. Just me and the forest. When I arrived, the cabin looked exactly like the pictures. A small wooden structure with a pitched roof, a chimney, and a porch cluttered with old furniture. It had no electricity, but there was a wood stove inside. I felt a strange thrill standing there, knowing I would be alone for a while. The first few days were peaceful. I chopped wood for the stove, read books by candlelight, and cooked simple meals on the old gas stove. I took long walks in the forest, breathing the cold, clean air. At night, the silence was so complete I could hear my own heartbeat. It was calming and terrifying all at once. But on the third night, something changed. I woke up to a strange noise outside. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon rummaging near the cabin. But the noise didn't sound quite right. It was a slow, deliberate crunching of leaves, very close to the window. My heart jumped, and I lay still, straining to listen. After a while, the noise stopped. I waited another half hour, but nothing else happened. Maybe it was a bear or some other animal that got scared and left. I tried to convince myself of that, but sleep wouldn't come easy. The next day, I walked around the cabin, checking the area. I found some broken branches and footprints in the soft earth near the back porch. They looked like human footprints. They were too large to be a child's, maybe a man's. The prints were fresh. That made my skin crawl. I didn't tell anyone about the footprints. I didn't want to admit that someone might have been near the cabin. It was supposed to be secluded, private. That night, the noises returned. This time, it was more than footsteps. I heard faint tapping on the walls, like someone trying to get my attention. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make me freeze in bed. I didn't move until dawn. The third night was worse. I had barely fallen asleep when the back door creaked open. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, eyes wide in the dark. I couldn't see anything clearly, but I knew the door was open. The wind had picked up, and I heard the door banging softly against the frame. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table and got up. I moved quietly across the room, careful not to make noise. When I reached the door, it was still swinging gently in the breeze. I closed it firmly, locked it with the rusty latch, and put a chair against it for extra security. I locked every window too, checked every possible way someone could get inside. My hands trembled as I did it. The next morning, I debated leaving. Maybe I should pack up and go back to the city. But something stopped me. I felt like I needed to stay, to face whatever this was. That day, I decided to explore the forest more. Maybe if I walked far enough, I could clear my head. The forest was dense, but there was a narrow trail leading downhill toward a small river. As I walked, I tried to focus on the sounds of birds and rustling leaves, but my mind kept drifting back to the nights before. I thought about the footprints, the noises, the open door. Who could it be? What did they want? When I reached the river, the sun was starting to set. The water was cold and clear, flowing over smooth stones. I sat on a rock and watched the colors change in the sky. The peace was temporary. On the way back to the cabin, I noticed something new. A makeshift camp about 200 meters from the cabin. There were old blankets, a small fire pit with cold ashes, and scattered food wrappers. Someone had been camping nearby recently. I felt a mix of fear and curiosity. Whoever had left the footprints might be the same person who stayed in that camp. But why? What were they doing so close to me? Back at the cabin, I secured the doors and windows again. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside made me tense up. The fourth night, I heard voices. Quiet at first, then clearer. I couldn't make out what they said, but it was definitely human voices, and there were at least two of them. I hid in the small bathroom at the back of the cabin, clutching a heavy iron poker from the fireplace. I didn't want to be found. The voices faded after a while, but the sense of dread stayed with me. The next morning, I found something chilling. Scratched into the wood of the back door, someone had carved letters, "Leave." I stared at it for a long time, heart pounding. This was no longer just a creepy situation. This was a warning. I tried calling for help, but there was no signal anywhere. I was truly alone. That day, I packed a bag, ready to leave. But the forest was dense, and I didn't want to walk the long dirt road alone. I waited for daylight. At dusk, the sounds started again. Footsteps, voices, the faint crunching of leaves. I was terrified. Then, suddenly, a figure appeared outside the window. A man, tall, wearing a dark jacket and a hood. I could only see his silhouette. I backed away, heart racing, and grabbed my bag. I decided then that I had to leave immediately. I ran outside, not bothering to close the door. The man didn't follow. He just stood there, watching. I ran down the road, not looking back. When I finally reached the main highway, I found a passing car and flagged it down. The driver was kind and gave me a ride to the nearest town. I reported everything to the police, but they found no one near the cabin. The footprints and campfire were gone. The cabin owner later told me that people sometimes came through the forest looking for something, maybe lost hikers or hunters, but no one was supposed to be near the cabin. I never went back. It started out as a simple plan. I needed a break from the noise of the city, the endless hum of people and traffic that never seemed to stop. I had been feeling worn down for months, the kind of exhaustion that seeps deep into your bones and stays there no matter how much sleep you get. The last straw was when my job assigned me an impossible deadline that crushed any hope of a weekend off. I realized I needed to get away, just for a couple of days, somewhere quiet where I could breathe, where I could forget about work and emails and the endless chatter of the world. I found a cabin online, a small, rustic place nestled deep in the forests of northern Montana, near the small town of Libby. The pictures showed a rough wooden cabin with a stone chimney, surrounded by tall pine trees and a clear, fast-moving creek nearby. No electricity, no internet, just the kind of silence I craved. It was about 4 hours from my home in Missoula, so it was far enough to feel like a real escape, but close enough in case I had to get back quickly. I rented the cabin for a long weekend. When I arrived on a cold October afternoon, the sky was a pale gray, and a thin mist clung to the tops of the trees. The forest smelled like pine needles and wet earth, a scent I hadn't noticed for years. The road to the cabin was a narrow dirt track, winding through the trees, with patches of mud from recent rains. I parked my old Jeep near the cabin, grabbed my bag, and stepped inside. The cabin was small but cozy. The floor creaked under my boots, and the wood walls were rough but solid. There was a small kitchen corner with an old stove, a table with 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove in the living area, and a narrow staircase that led to a loft where a simple mattress lay. A single window looked out over the forest and the creek below. The place smelled faintly of smoke and old wood. After unloading my things, I lit a fire in the stove. The wood crackled, sending small sparks up the chimney, and the room warmed quickly. Outside, the wind rattled the trees and sent a chill through the air. I opened the window a crack and listened. The creek gurgled softly in the background, and somewhere far off, a bird called. Everything was quiet, except for the sounds of the forest. That first night was peaceful. I ate canned soup warmed over the stove and read an old book I had brought along. The dark settled early, and by 9, the cabin was bathed in shadows, the only light coming from the fire. I felt safe here, surrounded by trees and away from everything. But I was also alone, really alone, in a way I hadn't been before. The kind of alone that makes you notice every little sound. The next day, I woke early and stepped outside. The forest was a mix of green and gold, the changing leaves catching the weak sunlight. The air was crisp, and my breath came out in little clouds. I decided to explore the area, taking my hiking boots and a small backpack with water and some food. I followed the creek upstream, walking slowly over moss-covered rocks and fallen branches. The forest was dense with thick pines and firs, and the ground was soft with layers of needles. Occasionally, I spotted animal tracks, deer, maybe a fox, but no sign of humans. The silence was deep and complete, broken only by the water's rush and my footsteps. After a couple of hours, I found a small clearing with an old, rusted metal sign partially buried in the dirt. The letters were faded, but I made out the words, "Logging area, keep out." I hadn't seen any active logging, but the forest here was clearly used at some point. The trees nearby looked younger, as if the older ones had been cut down years ago. I turned back toward the cabin, feeling a little tired but content. The quiet was comforting, and the forest had a strange, slow rhythm that made me feel at peace. That night, after the fire had died down, I went outside to fetch some more wood. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, barely lighting the path. I used a flashlight, but the beam was weak and flickered as I walked toward the woodpile behind the cabin. The trees were black shapes all around me, and the wind had picked up, making the branches sway and groan. I heard something then, a snap like a branch breaking under weight. I froze, the wood in my hands suddenly heavy. My heart pounded. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, but the sound had come from just beyond the clearing. I stood very still and listened. Nothing else. I carried the wood back and closed the door quickly, locking it behind me. Inside, I sat by the fire for a long time, staring into the flames and trying to shake off the unease. But the feeling stayed with me, a small knot of fear in my stomach. The third day started foggy and cold. I decided to hike further down the creek, following a narrow trail I had spotted earlier. The path was rough, overgrown in parts, but I moved carefully, enjoying the feel of the forest around me. The trees were taller here, and the moss on the rocks was thick and wet. As I walked, I noticed something odd. The trail seemed fresher, like someone had been here recently. Footprints, faint but there, pressed into the soft earth. Not animal prints either, human. I stopped and looked around, but there was no one in sight. My heart quickened. I thought about turning back, but curiosity pushed me forward. The trail led to a small clearing where a rusted truck sat half buried in mud, its tires sunk deep. It looked abandoned for years, but nearby were fresh scraps of fabric caught on the branches and a half-empty water bottle. I felt a shiver run through me. Whoever had been here hadn't left long ago. I hurried back to the cabin, feeling the cold more now, the wind biting through my jacket. When I reached the cabin, I locked the doors and windows carefully. I checked my phone, no signal. The silence in the forest was thick, almost suffocating. That evening, the unease grew. The wind sounded different, sharper. Every crack and pop from the wood stove made me jump. I kept hearing distant noises, footsteps on dry leaves, a faint rustle beyond the window. I told myself it was the wind or animals, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Sleep didn't come easily. I lay awake in the loft, listening to every sound, every shift in the dark. Around midnight, I thought I heard a voice, a faint whisper just outside the cabin. I held my breath, but it stopped. The silence returned, heavier than before. In the morning, I found fresh footprints in the soft dirt near the cabin. They circled around the back, close enough to reach the windows. I felt my skin crawl. Someone had been there last night, no doubt. I packed up quickly, deciding to leave that day instead of waiting for the weekend. But as I prepared to drive away, I noticed something strange on my Jeep's tires. More footprints, but these led away into the forest, not back toward the road. I got into the Jeep and locked the doors. As I started the engine, I looked around nervously. The forest felt alive, watching me, closing in. On the drive back, I didn't stop once. The road seemed longer, the shadows stretching behind the trees like fingers. When I finally reached the highway and saw the first gas station, I breathed a heavy sigh of relief. I never went back to that cabin. The experience left a mark, a reminder that even in the quietest places, you are never truly alone. The forest had its secrets, and some of them were better left undiscovered. It was late October of 1984 when I decided to spend a week alone in the woods, away from the city's noise. I was 32 years old then, working as a junior architect in Minneapolis. My job was stressful and my life felt tightly wound like a spring ready to snap. The idea of retreating to a small cabin in northern Minnesota's forest seemed perfect. I wanted silence, space, and time to think clearly without distractions. The cabin I rented was on the edge of a large state forest, a few miles off the nearest road. It was a simple one-room cabin, built decades before by a family who had left it abandoned for years. The owner had refurbished it slightly, put in a wood stove, repaired the roof, and fixed the windows. It had electricity but no running water. The nearest well was outside, and there was a small outhouse at the back. I arrived in the late afternoon, just as the sun was dipping behind the trees. The sky was clear, cold, and the air smelled of pine and wet earth. I parked my car near a dirt path, grabbed my backpack, and walked the short trail leading to the cabin. The path was lined with towering pines, their branches creaking faintly in the breeze. It felt oddly quiet, almost like the forest was holding its breath. Opening the cabin door, I stepped inside. The room was small but cozy, with old wooden furniture. A table, a couple of chairs, a bed with a thick quilt, and the wood stove near the wall. The walls were lined with rough wood planks, and the floor creaked under my boots. I set down my things, stacked some firewood near the stove, and started a fire to warm the place. The cabin was almost empty except for a few old cooking pots, some dishes, and a box of canned food left by the owner. The window looked out into the forest, where the trees swayed gently. Outside, I could hear birds calling softly and the rustle of small animals moving through the brush. I stayed up late that night, reading a book by the firelight. Outside, the wind picked up and shook the trees. The sound was calming at first, but later grew louder, more insistent, like the forest was alive and restless. I shut the windows tight, locked the door, and went to bed early. The bed was creaky and uncomfortable, but I was tired enough to fall asleep quickly. The next day, I woke up to a gray, overcast sky. I planned to explore the nearby woods, take photographs, and maybe sketch some old trees. After breakfast, a simple meal of canned beans and bread, I packed a small bag with water, a flashlight, my camera, and a pocket knife and stepped outside. The forest was dense and wet. Fallen leaves covered the ground, crunching under my boots. The air was thick and cool. As I walked deeper into the trees, the sounds of civilization faded until all I could hear was my breathing and the occasional snap of a twig. I followed a faint trail that curved through the woods. It was overgrown in places, but I recognized some markings on trees that looked like old trail signs. After about an hour, I reached a small clearing with a shallow pond. The water was dark and still, reflecting the dull sky above. I took a few pictures and sat on a fallen log for a moment, feeling the calm of the forest. On my way back to the cabin, I noticed something odd. The trail I had followed looked different somehow, like it wasn't the same one I had taken. I checked my watch. No, the time matched the path I had expected. I tried to retrace my steps, but the woods felt confusing, and the trees all looked alike. A faint unease settled in my chest. I forced myself to stay calm and kept moving. Eventually, I saw the cabin roof peeking through the trees. Relief washed over me. I hurried back, thankful to see the small door again. That evening, after a simple dinner, I sat by the fire and thought about what had happened. The woods seemed bigger and stranger than I'd expected. I told myself it was just the trees and shadows playing tricks on me. The night was darker than before, and the wind howled stronger. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a sharp, heavy noise outside, like a large branch snapping. I lay still, listening. Then I heard something else. Footsteps crunching on the dry leaves near the cabin. Slow, heavy steps. I reached for my flashlight on the nightstand and held my breath. The steps circled the cabin, moving from one side to the other. My heart hammered in my chest. Whoever or whatever it was, they were close. After what felt like minutes, the footsteps stopped. Silence returned. I stared out the window into the blackness, trying to see movement. The moon was behind clouds, so I saw nothing. I kept the fire burning and stayed awake the rest of the night, listening carefully. The next day, I found broken twigs and flattened grass near the cabin. It looked like something big had moved through the area, maybe a deer or a moose, but that didn't explain the slow footsteps or why they had circled the cabin deliberately. I also noticed some strange marks on the door frame, scratches like claws or nails. I didn't want to think about what might have done that. Over the next 2 days, strange things continued. I heard noises at night, branches breaking, distant howls and footsteps. The feeling of being watched never left me. I found more scratch marks on the walls outside. One morning, a few cans of food were knocked over in the cabin, even though I was sure I hadn't disturbed them. Despite the growing fear, I tried to stay rational. Maybe wild animals were curious or territorial. Maybe hunters passed by without telling me. I checked the area for signs of humans, but saw no footprints or campfires nearby. By the fourth night, the weather turned bitter cold, and snow began to fall. The forest looked different, quiet under the white blanket. I stayed close to the stove, wrapped in my blanket, and kept the fire roaring. Suddenly, around midnight, the noises started again. This time, louder and closer. Heavy footsteps pounded near the cabin door, then paused. The door handle rattled as if someone tried to open it. Panic surged through me. I grabbed the old hunting rifle the cabin owner had left behind and held it tight. I kept the fire alive and stared at the door. Minutes passed. The sounds stopped. The door was still locked. When dawn finally broke, I cautiously opened the door. There were clear footprints in the fresh snow, large, heavy, and irregular. Not a human's, but definitely from a big animal. The claw marks on the door were deeper and fresher too. I realized then that what was around the cabin was no ordinary animal. It was large, strong, and intelligent. Predator. I stayed inside that day, rationing my food and water. I made sure to keep the stove burning and the windows locked tight. I prepared mentally for leaving the next morning. When the snow stopped, I packed my things quickly before sunrise. The forest was still, covered in white, the footprints leading away from the cabin into the thick trees. I followed the trail back to the car. The cold air bit at my face, but I didn't stop. I kept my eyes sharp for any movement. After nearly 2 hours, I reached the dirt road and saw my car parked where I left it. Relief washed over me like a wave. I drove back to Minneapolis without stopping, my mind replaying everything. Weeks later, I learned that the area had a population of black bears, some unusually large and aggressive, due to food shortages that year. It made sense now. The noises, the scratches, the footprints, all explained by a bear's presence, not something supernatural or imagined. The experience changed me. I learned to respect nature's power and unpredictability. I realized how small and vulnerable I was when alone in the wild. I never returned to that cabin or the forest. But sometimes, in quiet moments, I think about those nights, the cold, the fear, the silent watcher just beyond the door. And I'm glad I survived with nothing worse than a shaken spirit and a deeper respect for the wild. I'm starting on the story for you now. It will be a realistic, first-person cabin story, long and detailed, with a clear ending and no supernatural elements. This will take a bit of time and space to create in one piece. I'll begin writing it here now. I stayed in the little cabin deep in the woods of northern Vermont during the fall of 1993. It was an old place, built sometime in the 1940s, tucked away in a patch of forest that few people visited. I was 27 years old then, tired of the noise and rush of city life in Boston. I wanted quiet, some time to myself to think and just be alone with nature. The cabin was on a small lake, surrounded by thick trees that turned bright orange and red in the autumn. It felt like the perfect place to get away from everything. When I arrived, the air was already cool, with that sharp crispness only fall can bring. The trees were just starting to shed their leaves, and the ground was soft with damp moss and fallen pine needles. I had driven a few hours north, then parked the car at a small dirt road that ended in a rough trail. I had to carry all my supplies about half a mile through the woods to get to the cabin. It was hard work, but I liked that. I wanted to feel like I earned the peace I was going to find. The cabin itself was small, maybe 20 by 15 feet inside. The walls were made of rough wood logs, darkened with age, and the roof was covered in old metal sheets, dented and rusting in places. Inside, it was simple, just a small kitchen with a stove, a table with 2 chairs, a tiny wood-burning fireplace, and a single bedroom with a narrow bed pushed against the wall. There was no electricity or running water, only a well outside and a stack of firewood near the door. I spent the first day unpacking and getting the place ready for the long weekend I planned to stay. I brought a small radio, a few books, some canned food, and a sleeping bag. The only connection to the outside world was a weak cell phone signal that barely worked near the lake shore, but I didn't want to use it much. I wanted silence. The first night was quiet. The only sounds were the wind brushing through the leaves, the occasional bird call, and the gentle lapping of water against the shore. I built a fire in the stove, ate a simple dinner, and read a book by candlelight before going to bed. I felt calm, even a little happy to be alone. But on the second night, things started to change. I woke up around midnight to a strange noise outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I realized it was something else. It was a soft, crunching sound, like someone stepping carefully on dry leaves. I froze, listening. The sound came closer, stopped near the cabin wall, then moved away slowly. My heart beat faster. I stayed very still for a long time, but I didn't hear anything else. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer or a raccoon or maybe a stray dog passing through. Still, I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check for signs of animals. I found some broken twigs and crushed leaves near the back door, but nothing else. No footprints, no trash, no evidence someone had been there. That day I kept busy, chopping some wood, gathering water from the well, and hiking around the lake to clear my mind. The forest was beautiful in the daylight. The sun filtered through the colorful leaves, and the lake's surface sparkled. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That evening, after dinner, I sat by the fireplace and wrote in my notebook. The light from the fire threw dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, the wind was picking up. Suddenly, I heard the crunching sound again, louder this time, coming from the front of the cabin. I grabbed the old hunting rifle I had brought along for protection and moved to the door quietly. I opened the door just enough to peek outside. The moon was full and bright, and I could see the ground clearly. There was nothing there. No footprints, no sign of any animal or person. Still, the sound continued, now circling the cabin. It was definitely footsteps, slow and careful. Not hurried, not panicked, deliberate. My skin crawled. I closed the door slowly, locked it, and pulled the heavy curtain over the window. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the fire, rifle in hand, staring at the dark windows. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it had to be some hunter or a camper wandering through the woods. But the feeling of being watched was real, and I was scared. The next day, I decided to explore further from the cabin, hoping to clear my head. I walked for miles through the forest, crossing small streams and climbing rocky hills. I didn't see anyone, just the trees and the occasional squirrel or bird. I tried to focus on the beauty around me, but my mind kept drifting back to the noises at night. When I returned, the sun was starting to set, and the forest took on a golden glow. The air smelled like damp earth and pine needles. I felt tired but a little better. Maybe I was just imagining things. But then, when I reached the cabin, I saw something that made my heart stop. The door was slightly open. I was sure I had locked it before I left. Slowly, I stepped forward, holding the rifle ready. I pushed the door with my shoulder, and it creaked open. Inside, the cabin looked the same at first, but then I noticed the small table had been moved slightly, and a few cans from my food pack were open, some spilled on the floor. My notebook was on the ground, the pages wet with water or something else. I checked every corner. Nothing was stolen, no sign of forced entry, just evidence that someone had been inside. I felt anger, fear, and confusion all mixed together. Who would do this? What did they want? I didn't know if I should call the police, but the cell phone signal was too weak. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed awake, listening for any sounds. I kept the rifle close and the door locked tight. Then, around 2 in the morning, I heard something different. Voices. Low, muffled talking, coming from just outside. It wasn't just one person this time. There were several voices, whispering and moving slowly through the trees. I felt trapped. The cabin felt like a cage. I thought about running to the car, but it was half a mile away, through the dark woods. I didn't want to risk it. I stayed still, breathing quietly, waiting for the voices to leave. They stayed for nearly an hour, then finally faded into silence. When dawn came, I was exhausted but relieved. I packed my things quickly and decided to leave. I didn't want to wait for them to come back. I moved through the woods carefully, keeping my eyes and ears open. I thought I heard footsteps behind me once or twice, but when I turned, there was nothing. The forest looked peaceful in the daylight, but I knew it hid secrets. When I reached my car, I locked the doors, started the engine, and didn't look back. I called the local sheriff's office once I reached the nearest town and told them what happened. They said they would check the area but warned me that in those woods, strange people sometimes pass through. Poachers, squatters, or worse. I never went back to that cabin. I sold it the next year, never telling anyone exactly why. Looking back, I realize how close I came to a real danger. Not ghosts or monsters, but real people who didn't want to be seen. Sometimes, I still think about that cabin and those nights. The quiet woods that hid footsteps and whispers. The feeling of being watched and trapped in a place that should have been safe. Taught me that fear doesn't need magic. It can come from the real world, from things and people who want to hurt you. And sometimes, the scariest thing is knowing you are not alone, even when you want to be. The forest is full of life, but also shadows. And sometimes, those shadows belong to someone who should not be there. I keep the rifle now, not because I want to use it, but because I know the world can be dangerous in ways no story can explain. The cabin taught me that, in the cold dark, the only thing you can trust is yourself. It was the summer of 1998 when I decided to spend a week alone at a cabin deep in the mountains of northern Idaho. I was 32 years old then, exhausted by the constant buzz of city life in Spokane. The noise, the people, the unending motion. It had all worn me thin. I craved silence, solitude, and a chance to be alone with my own thoughts. So, I rented a small cabin called the Black Pine Retreat, tucked away on a ridge that rose sharply above the winding St. Joe River. The cabin was old, built in the 1940s, made of dark wood logs that seemed to blend into the towering pines around it. The rent was cheap, the place was isolated, and the nearest neighbor was miles away. I drove there in my old pickup truck, loaded with supplies, canned food, a gallon of water, a small solar panel for light, my camping stove, and a thick wool blanket. The road up was rough, a narrow dirt track littered with rocks and deep ruts. The last few miles I had to drive slowly, careful not to get stuck or damage the tires. When I finally pulled up in front of the cabin, the sun was already dipping behind the mountain peaks, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air was cool, crisp, smelling of pine needles and earth. There was no cell signal, no electricity except what the solar panel could provide, no running water except what I brought. It was perfect. The cabin's front porch creaked under my weight as I stepped inside. The wooden floor was uneven and dusty. A small wood stove sat in one corner, its black pipe snaking up through the ceiling. A table with 2 chairs stood near a window that looked out onto the ridge. There was a bed with a thin mattress covered in a patchwork quilt, and a small bookshelf filled with old paperbacks and nature guides. The whole place smelled like aged wood and smoke, with a faint hint of dampness. I set down my bags and lit a small lantern, casting a warm glow against the rough walls. That first night, I cooked a simple dinner of beans and rice over the stove. Outside, the forest was alive with sounds: owl hoots, the rustle of branches, the distant howl of a coyote. I sat by the window with a cup of coffee, watching the sky darken to a deep blue, stars piercing the blackness. I felt calm and far away from everything that weighed on me. I told myself this was exactly what I needed. The days that followed were peaceful, almost too peaceful. I spent the mornings walking the trails that branched out from the cabin, careful to mark my path so I wouldn't get lost. The forest was thick, full of towering pines, firs, and the occasional maple. The ground was soft with fallen needles and moss, and I saw deer tracks near a small creek. The sun filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patterns of light and shadow. I'd find a rock by the creek to sit on and read, or just listen to the water flow over stones. I kept the cabin tidy, chopping wood to keep the stove burning in the evenings. The silence was almost complete, except for the natural sounds of the forest. No planes, no cars, no voices. Just me and the wilderness. Sometimes I felt a little lonely, but mostly I enjoyed the break. I was trying to clear my head, find some direction in life. The city had drained me. On the third day, I woke early to a sharp cold breeze cutting through the cabin's thin walls. The sun was barely up, and the air smelled damp, like rain was coming. I decided to gather more firewood before breakfast. Outside, the forest was still and quiet. As I walked down the ridge, I noticed something odd: deep tire tracks in the dirt road leading away from the cabin. They looked recent, fresh. That was strange. I had expected no visitors. The nearest house was at least 2 miles away, and there was no way anyone could get a vehicle that far up without me noticing. I paused and scanned the trees, looking for any sign of people. I told myself it was nothing, probably a ranger or someone else checking the trails. Still, it made me uneasy. The cabin was supposed to be remote. I hadn't seen another car or person since I arrived. The thought lingered, but I shrugged it off. That afternoon, as I was chopping wood near the back of the cabin, I caught movement from the corner of my eye. A figure standing at the edge of the trees about 50 yards away. It was too dark to see clearly, but I could make out a tall man in dark clothing. I froze, my heart pounding. The man didn't move or call out. He just watched me silently before stepping back into the shadows. For the rest of the day, I stayed inside, locking the doors and windows, feeling the cold crawl up my spine. Who was he? Why was he watching me? I had no idea. I thought about calling the police, but there was no signal. I felt trapped. That night, I slept with the lantern burning low. Every sound, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, set me on edge. When morning came, I decided I couldn't stay here if someone was nearby, watching me. But I was also stuck until the road was dry enough to drive down. The dirt road could get slippery with rain, and the forecast predicted heavy showers. The next 2 days passed in a haze of tension. I kept my movements quiet, avoided going outside unless necessary, and made sure to lock every entrance. I found small signs, broken branches, footprints near the cabin's edge, and once, a piece of trash not mine lying near the porch steps. Whoever was out there had been close, maybe watching me constantly. I considered leaving, but didn't want to risk driving down the muddy road. I rationed my food carefully. The isolation began to gnaw at me. The once comforting silence now felt oppressive. I felt eyes on me even inside the cabin. One morning, I woke to an unsettling sound. Someone trying to open the front door. My blood ran cold. I had locked it, but the lock was old and fragile. Someone was outside trying to get in. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a cast iron skillet, and edged towards the door. The handle twisted and rattled under pressure, then stopped. The intruder left, but the damage was done. I was terrified. The rest of the day, I barricaded the door with furniture and nailed wooden planks across the windows. I searched the cabin for anything that could serve as a weapon. The realization hit me. This was no accident. Someone was intentionally threatening me, waiting for the right moment to get inside. I thought back to the man I saw at the trees. Could it be the same person? Why was he after me? I had no idea. I tried to think if I'd seen any news or heard of any trouble in the area before coming, but nothing came to mind. That night, I stayed awake, heart pounding, waiting for any sign of movement. The forest seemed darker, more menacing than before. Hours passed. At one point, I heard a soft scraping sound near the back door. I held my breath and gripped the skillet tighter. At dawn, I finally got a chance to step outside under the pale morning light. I checked the back door, scratch marks and deep gouges in the wood. Whoever had tried to break in was persistent and dangerous. I was alone, defenseless, and miles from help. By the 5th day, I had given up trying to ignore the intruder. I realized I couldn't hide forever. I needed a plan to get out no matter the conditions of the road. I gathered my supplies, packed them carefully into my truck, and prepared for a risky drive. That afternoon, as I loaded the last of my gear, I spotted the man again. This time he was closer, stepping into a clearing not far from the cabin. He wasn't wearing a mask or anything to hide his face. He was pale, gaunt, with cold eyes that held no kindness. I had never felt such raw fear before. The man was watching me like a predator sizing up his prey. Without hesitation, I jumped into my truck, locked the doors, and started the engine. The motor roared, and I pressed the accelerator, sliding down the muddy road. The man moved toward the truck, but I was already moving, wheels spinning over wet dirt and rocks. The ride down was terrifying. The road was slick with rain, the tires struggling for grip. My hands shook on the steering wheel as I focused on the narrow path ahead, careful not to slide off the edge into the ravine below. The truck fishtailed once or twice, but I managed to keep it on course. When I finally reached the paved highway, relief washed over me in waves. I didn't stop until I reached a small town and found a phone to call the police. I told them everything, the man, the threats, the cabin. They sent officers out to investigate. The police found footprints around the cabin and some disturbed soil where someone had tried to dig near the foundation. They also found makeshift traps set near the door, nails and wires meant to injure. It was clear the man had been camping nearby, waiting for a chance to get inside. The officers said the man was a known drifter, someone with a criminal record who targeted remote cabins to rob or worse. They never found him, but patrols increased in the area. I never went back to that cabin. The experience left a mark on me. The wilderness can be peaceful, but it can also hide dangers we don't expect. The silence I had once craved became a warning, a reminder that being alone isn't always safe. Now, years later, whenever I remember the first time I went to the cabin in the woods like it was yesterday, though it's been almost 10 years now. Back then, I was 29, eager to get away from the city noise and the endless buzz of everyday life. I wanted silence, a place to clear my head, maybe think through some things I'd been putting off. The cabin was out near the border of northern Wisconsin, in a dense stretch of forest where cell phones barely worked and the roads turned to dirt the further you went. It was 2015. I didn't know much about the place at first, just that it was a small wooden cabin owned by my uncle's friend, someone who'd left it unused for a while and was happy to rent it out cheap. The moment I got there, I felt a strange mix of peace and something else, a quiet tension. Maybe it wasn't anything I could put my finger on then. The trip up there took longer than I expected. The closer I got, the thinner the paved road became, twisting through tall pines and maples that shaded the sky. The air smelled different too, fresher, colder, a little damp from recent rain. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already low, streaking orange and pink across the horizon. The cabin itself was small, maybe 12 by 18 feet, made of rough timber logs stained dark from weather and age. It looked sturdy enough but had that lonely, untouched feel. Moss crept up the sides, and the porch sagged a bit, with a creaking wooden rocking chair left behind, rocking slightly from a breeze. Inside, the cabin was simple but comfortable. A small wood stove sat in the corner, surrounded by a few chairs, a narrow table, and a bed with a thin mattress. There was a little kitchen area with an old but functional sink and a gas burner stove. I'd brought some supplies: canned food, bottled water, a first aid kit, some extra blankets, a flashlight, batteries, and a small axe. I didn't expect to need much more. That first night was cold, colder than I'd expected for late September. I chopped some firewood from a nearby pile left by the previous renter and got the stove going. The warm glow was a comfort against the dark. Outside, the forest was quiet but alive. Crickets chirped, and occasionally I heard an owl hoot somewhere far off. I lay awake for a while, the silence feeling heavy but not oppressive, just unfamiliar. The next morning, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. The land stretched out into thick forest, with a narrow trail leading down to a small lake about a quarter-mile away. The trail was rough, uneven, covered in fallen leaves and pine needles. The air was crisp and smelled of damp earth and would smoke from a distant cabin I could just barely see through the trees. The lake was beautiful, dark and still, reflecting the autumn trees that ringed it. There was a small dock, old and rotting, jutting out into the water. I sat there for a long time, watching the slow ripples and listening to the soft splash of a fish jumping. The peace I'd hoped for seemed real here. I took some pictures with my phone, even though the reception was terrible, just to capture the quiet beauty. That evening, I noticed something strange. While walking back from the lake, I heard a rustling noise in the trees behind me, like someone moving quickly through the underbrush. I stopped and looked, but there was nothing there, just shadows and branches. My heart picked up for a moment, but I shrugged it off. Probably a deer or some other animal. Over the next couple of days, I settled into a routine: firewood, cooking, reading, walking. I found an old journal tucked away under the floorboards of the cabin. It belonged to the last person who stayed there, a man named Carl, who wrote about hunting and fishing and the quiet of the woods. But some entries were odd, talking about sounds at night, footsteps outside the cabin, things moving just beyond sight. Carl seemed uneasy, but nothing specific. One night, I woke up to a loud banging noise on the cabin's front door. My heart raced as I lay frozen, listening. The sound stopped suddenly. I got up, grabbed my flashlight and the axe, and went outside to check. There was nothing there. No footprints, no sign anyone had been around. Only the quiet forest, moonlight filtering through the trees. After that, I stayed inside until dawn, the fire burning low. The next day, I found the door latch had been tampered with. The bolt was loose, as if someone had tried to open it from outside. I couldn't explain it. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or some animal, but it felt deliberate, and I couldn't shake the unease. The days grew shorter, colder. One afternoon, while chopping wood, I thought I saw a figure standing just beyond the treeline. It vanished before I could focus. Later, I found footprints around the cabin, heavy, large, human footprints that weren't mine or the previous renters. They didn't look fresh, but not old either. The realization hit me. Someone had been watching or coming to the cabin without my knowledge. That night, I decided to stay alert. I locked the door carefully and pushed a chair under the handle inside for extra security. I kept my phone charged and close by, even though the signal was spotty. The woods outside felt darker, heavier somehow. I heard the snapping of twigs near the cabin several times, soft thumps against the walls, and at one point, something scraping the side of the cabin like nails on wood. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake until the early morning, listening to the sounds that had grown louder and closer. When the sun finally rose, I gathered what I could and packed some bags, preparing to leave. But I knew the roads were muddy, and the nearest town was over an hour away. That afternoon, I saw the figure again, closer this time. A man, mid-40s, rough-looking, wearing worn clothes that blended into the forest colors. He didn't speak or come closer, but just stood watching me from behind a tree. Fear hit me hard, like ice water. I stayed still, hoping he would leave. He didn't. I grabbed my phone and started walking back toward the road, keeping my eyes on him. He didn't follow but stayed in the woods. I didn't stop until the dirt road was in sight, and when I finally saw a passing car, I flagged it down. The driver was shocked to see me, disheveled and scared, but helped me call the police. It turned out the man had been living rough in the forest for months, sneaking into cabins to stay warm and steal food. The police caught him a few days later, and the cabin was checked for damage. Nothing major, but the feeling of safety was gone. I never went back to that cabin after. The silence I wanted turned into something else, fear and uncertainty. But the experience taught me how wild and unpredictable the woods can be, and how careful you have to be when you step into that world alone. Now, years later, I still remember those nights clearly. Not because of ghosts or stories, but because of the real fear of being watched, alone, in a place that feels isolated but is not always empty. Sometimes the scariest things are the ones you don't see, but you know are there. The cabin was just wood and nails, the forest just trees and animals. But the man I saw, the footsteps outside the door, the scratches on the walls, those were real. And they reminded me that nature isn't always peaceful, and solitude can sometimes come with shadows that don't belong to the night. That's why, even now, I'm careful when I go into the woods. I know that no matter how far you run from the city, you can't always run from what's watching. I never imagined that a simple trip to a cabin in the woods could turn into one of the worst experiences of my life. I was 34 years old, living in a small town in northern Montana, not far from the Canadian border. I worked in a small construction company and had just taken some vacation time to escape the constant noise of the city and the stress of work. I wanted to be alone, to disconnect and recharge. That was the plan. The cabin I rented was a small, weather-beaten structure tucked away near a frozen lake, miles from the nearest town. It was early March, still winter, but melting snow had started to make the forest wet and muddy in places. I drove my old pickup truck down the narrow gravel road that led deep into the forest. When I arrived, the sun was already low, casting long shadows across the snow-covered ground. The air was sharp and cold, and everything was so quiet it almost hurt my ears. The cabin itself was simple. A wooden box with a stone chimney, a small porch with a few old chairs, and windows fogged with frost. The roof was layered in thick snow. Inside, the place smelled of damp wood and old smoke. The fireplace looked like it hadn't been used for a long time, but there was a stack of dry logs nearby. I unpacked my things slowly, appreciating the silence around me. No phones, no internet, no people. That first night, I built a fire in the fireplace. The flames crackled and warmed the cabin, pushing back the cold creeping through the cracks in the walls. I cooked a simple meal on the small stove, canned beans, bread, and coffee, and settled in with a book. Outside, the wind whispered through the tall pine trees. I felt calm, almost peaceful. The next morning, I woke up to bright sunlight reflecting off the snow. The air was still freezing. I put on my heavy coat, boots, and gloves and stepped outside. The forest stretched around me, silent and vast. I decided to explore the area around the cabin. The lake was frozen solid, its surface smooth and shining. The trees were tall and thick, blocking the sky in some places, but the snow covered every branch and twig. I wandered carefully through the woods, following animal tracks in the snow, deer, rabbits, maybe a fox. I took pictures of the frost patterns on the branches and the way the sunlight made the snow sparkle like diamonds. It was beautiful, almost magical, but deep down, I felt a slight unease, a feeling I couldn't explain. Maybe it was just the loneliness. Back at the cabin, I spent the day reading, chopping firewood, and making sure I had enough supplies. I was supposed to stay for a week. No one was supposed to come out here. I had told no one my exact location except my sister, and even then, just the general area. I liked it that way. No interruptions, no distractions. On the third day, the weather turned. A heavy gray sky covered the sun, and a steady wind began to blow. Snow started falling, thick flakes that quickly covered the ground. The forest grew quiet again, but this time the quiet felt heavier, like something pressing down on the air. I stayed inside the cabin, keeping the fire going and cooking more simple meals. Outside, The wind howled and the snow piled up fast. By night, the snow was so deep, I could barely see the trees beyond the clearing where the cabin sat. The old radio I brought with me picked up some faint crackling voices from the distant town, but the signal was weak. On the fourth day, I noticed something strange. The tracks I had followed earlier, the animal footprints in the snow near the cabin, seemed to disappear. It was like no animals had been around for days. The forest was empty, silent except for the wind and the snow. That night, I couldn't sleep. The wind seemed to pound against the cabin, rattling the windows and shaking the doorframe. Every creak and groan of the old wood felt louder in the darkness. I kept imagining shapes moving just outside, shadows between the trees. Early the next morning, I went outside to clear a path to the truck. The snow was waist-deep in places. As I shoveled and brushed the snow off the windshield, I noticed something. Near the edge of the clearing at the tree line were footprints. Not animal prints, but human ones. Heavy boots, heading from the woods toward the cabin, then stopping at the edge. My heart raced. I hadn't expected anyone else here, especially not now with the weather this bad. I checked the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked. I looked out but saw nothing. The tracks ended at the edge of the clearing. The day passed slowly. I kept checking outside, but no one appeared. When night fell, I sat by the fire trying to calm my mind. Then I heard it, a soft knock at the door. I froze. The knocking came again, slow and deliberate. I didn't open it. The knocking stopped, but then I heard footsteps moving away in the snow. I didn't sleep again that night, listening to the wind and every sound outside. The next morning, I found more footprints around the cabin. They circled the building, then disappeared into the woods. My stomach tightened. I wasn't alone. I tried calling my sister, but the phone had no signal. The truck was buried under snow, impossible to move. I was trapped. Days passed. The snowstorm continued, burying the forest deeper. I rationed my food carefully, keeping the fire going constantly. Outside, the footprints appeared and disappeared at random times. I saw shapes moving just beyond the tree line. Once, I thought I saw a figure watching me from a distance, but when I blinked, it was gone. One evening, the knocking returned, louder this time, came from the back door. I stayed away, heart pounding. The knocking stopped after a few moments, but a few minutes later, I heard something hit the window. A rock, small but hard enough to leave a mark. Panic gripped me. Who was out there? Why were they watching me? I had no way to call for help, no way to leave, and no idea if anyone knew where I was. On the seventh day, the worst happened. That morning, I woke up to silence. The storm had stopped. The sky was clear, and the sun was shining cold and bright. I looked outside and saw that the snow had stopped falling. I felt relief, thinking I might finally be able to leave. I bundled up and stepped outside to clear the path to the truck. The footprints were everywhere now, circling and crossing the clearing, but no sign of anyone. Then, near the edge of the woods, I saw a pair of boots, worn and old, half buried in the snow. Next to them was a small pile of things, a backpack, a water bottle, and some food cans. I realized whoever had been watching me had left some supplies. Maybe they meant no harm. But then I heard a twig snap behind me. I spun around, heart racing. There was no one there. The forest was still, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I grabbed the backpack and ran back to the cabin. I locked every door and window again and started packing my things. I couldn't wait any longer. With the storm over, the road was still covered in snow but visible. I shoveled as fast as I could, clearing a narrow path to the truck. Took hours. My hands were numb, my back aching. Finally, I started the engine. The truck roared to life, the heater blasting warm air into the cold cabin. Slowly, I drove out of the clearing, following the road back toward the main highway. Halfway down the gravel road, the truck started to sputter. The engine stalled. I tried to restart it, but it wouldn't catch. My heart sank. I was stuck again, miles from help with a half-empty gas tank. Then I saw something ahead, a figure standing at the side of the road, bundled in heavy clothes. I slowed down, heart pounding. The figure raised a hand, then stepped into the road. I stopped the truck completely, rolling down the window a crack. The figure didn't speak. They just handed me a gas can. Relief flooded me. I thanked them silently, poured the gas into the tank, and the truck roared back to life. I didn't ask any questions. That stranger disappeared into the forest, just as quietly as they had appeared. I drove out of that forest, away from the cabin, away from the loneliness and the fear. It took me days to shake off the feeling that I was being watched, that something had been waiting in the woods all along. But I made it back to town. I told my sister everything, and she helped me recover. Looking back, I don't know who that stranger was or why they had been following me, watching me, knocking on my door. Maybe they were a hunter or someone else trapped in the forest. Maybe they were harmless. Maybe not. What I do know is that isolation in the wilderness is dangerous, and sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. They're the people you don't see, the silence that hides threats, and the deep fear that comes when you realize you might not be alone. I never thought a weekend in a cabin deep in the woods would turn out like this. It was the summer of 2009, and I was 27 years old, trying to get away from the noise and pressure of city life. The city was Boston, and it was busy as always, full of noise, people, and things demanding attention. I work as a graphic designer, and my job is mostly indoors, sitting at a computer all day. I felt drained and tired, so I planned a solo trip to a small cabin I had rented in the mountains of Vermont. The cabin was supposed to be a place to rest, to breathe, and to reconnect with the quiet I'd been missing for months. I found the cabin through a small local rental site. The pictures showed a small wooden house, surrounded by tall pine trees, near a quiet river. No internet, no phone signal, just nature. It was 15 miles from the nearest town, a place called Stowe. The cabin was basic but cozy. A small kitchen, a wood stove, a single bedroom with a bed and a sleeping bag, and a tiny porch with a view of the forest. The owner promised it was peaceful and safe. I packed my car with food, water, some books, a first aid kit, and a flashlight with extra batteries. The drive took longer than expected because the roads got narrower and bumpier as I neared the cabin. At times, the sun was low and the trees cast long shadows, making the dirt path feel like it stretched on forever. I pulled into a small clearing where the cabin sat, just as the sun was starting to set. The air was cool, fresh, and smelled like pine needles and earth. It was so different from the city smell of exhaust and fast food. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and a faint smell of dampness. I opened the windows to air it out and unpacked my things. The wood stove sat in the corner, cold and dark. There was no electricity, so I set up my little camp lantern. After a quick meal of canned soup and crackers, I sat on the porch to watch the stars appear one by one. The sky was clear, and the stars seemed brighter than I'd ever seen. That night, I slept with the window cracked open. The sounds of the forest were strange but calming. The wind moving through the trees, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of leaves. I felt safe, almost as if the trees were watching over me. The next morning, I woke early. The sun filtered through the trees in warm rays. I made coffee on the small camping stove and ate granola bars while planning my hike. I wanted to explore the forest trails nearby, maybe find the river and just walk until I felt tired. The forest was dense with pine and maple trees, thick underbrush, and moss covering the rocks. The air smelled clean and fresh. As I walked, the forest was alive with small sounds. Birds chirping, insects buzzing, twigs snapping under my boots. I carried a small backpack with water, a map, and a compass. The trails weren't well marked, and sometimes I had to look for the faded signs nailed to trees. After a few hours, I reached the river. It was wide and fast-flowing, the water cold and clear. I sat on a rock and rested, dipping my hands into the chilly stream. The sun was high now, filtering through the branches, making the water sparkle. I took photos with my old camera, trying to capture the feeling of the place. I decided to follow the river upstream, where the map showed a waterfall. The path was rocky and slippery in parts, but I moved carefully. After about an hour, I heard the sound of rushing water growing louder. When I finally reached the falls, it was beautiful, water crashing down a cliff into a pool below, mist rising in the cool air. I stayed there a long time, watching the water and listening to the steady roar. Felt like the world was standing still, just me and the forest. Then I started back to the cabin, feeling tired but happy. That evening, I made a fire in the stove and cooked some pasta. The quiet was deep and complete. As the night grew darker, the forest sounds changed. The owls stopped calling, replaced by a low rustling, like small animals moving just outside the window. The second night was when I started feeling uneasy. Around 1 a.m., I woke up suddenly. The air outside felt colder, and the darkness seemed thicker. I heard a noise outside the cabin, near the back. It was soft, but definitely not the usual rustling of leaves. It sounded like something scraping against the wooden wall. I sat up, heart pounding, listening carefully. The noise stopped, then started again, this time closer to the window. I wanted to tell myself it was an animal, a raccoon or a deer maybe, but it didn't feel right. The scraping was slow, deliberate, like someone trying to get in. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table and shined it out the window. The beam cut through the darkness but showed nothing. The forest was quiet again. I kept the light on and stayed awake until the sky started to brighten. When morning came, I checked outside. There were scratch marks on the cabin wall near the window, deep enough to damage the wood. I hadn't seen anything else, no footprints or other signs, but it was clear something had been there. The rest of that day, I kept my doors locked and windows shut tight. I stayed close to the cabin and avoided the deeper trails. When the sun went down, I felt the weight of being completely alone and vulnerable in the forest. That night, the noises returned. This time, there were more sounds. Footsteps circling the cabin, the scraping again, and something heavy being dragged on the ground. I sat in the dark, clutching my flashlight, feeling more scared than I had ever been. I thought about calling for help, but my phone had no signal. The nearest town was too far for a quick trip. I decided to stay awake all night, too scared to sleep. The night dragged on endlessly, every noise making me jump. At one point, I saw a shadow move just outside the window. My heart stopped. I shined the light, but the shadow disappeared into the trees. When dawn finally came, I was exhausted but relieved. I quickly packed my things, planning to leave immediately. As I loaded the car, I looked back at the cabin. The forest looked peaceful again, but I knew something had been wrong here. Driving back, the road seemed less intimidating, but my mind was restless. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched. The peaceful weekend I'd hoped for turned into a nightmare of fear and uncertainty. Back in the city, I told myself the experience was just bad luck, or maybe someone had been hiking too close to the cabin. But the marks on the wood, the noises in the night, and the shadow I saw, they stayed with me long after I returned to normal life. I never went back to that cabin again. It was the summer of 1997 when I found myself alone at the cabin on Blackwood Lake. The cabin had belonged to my late uncle, Harold, who had passed away the previous autumn. He had left it to me in his will, a modest wooden structure tucked away in the deep woods of northern Vermont. I had never visited it before, but the idea of spending a few weeks away from the city noise and crowds appealed to me after a long, stressful year working in the city. The drive there took longer than I expected. The roads wound through thick pine forests that seemed to grow older and denser the farther I went. It was a sweltering July afternoon when I finally pulled up on the narrow dirt road leading to the cabin. The car kicked up clouds of dust that settled on the worn gravel driveway. The cabin stood beside the lake, a small, placid body of water nestled between trees that stretched far into the horizon. The cabin itself was rough but solid. It had dark brown cedar siding weathered by decades of wind and rain, a green metal roof that gleamed faintly under the sun, and a porch that wrapped around two sides. The windows were shuttered, but the glass was intact. From the outside, it looked like it had been waiting for someone to breathe life back into it. I pulled my bag out of the trunk and took the first steps up the creaky wooden porch. The boards moaned slightly under my feet. Opening the front door, The smell of damp wood and dust hit me immediately. Inside, the cabin was small but cozy. There was a living room with a stone fireplace, a kitchen area with old appliances, and a bedroom tucked away at the back. The furniture was sparse but sturdy. A wooden table, a few chairs, a rickety old couch, and a bed with a simple mattress. I spent the first few hours cleaning and airing out the place. The windows had to be open to let the summer breeze sweep through the rooms. The silence inside was thick, almost overwhelming. No hum of electricity or the distant sounds of traffic, just the gentle lapping of lake water against the shore and the rustling of leaves outside. That night, I slept well. Exhaustion from the long drive and fresh air took their toll. The cabin was dark except for the small bedside lamp I brought along, and the only sound was the occasional croak of a bullfrog from the lake. For the first time in months, I felt calm. The next morning, I decided to explore the woods surrounding the cabin. I packed a small bag with water, some sandwiches, and a map I had picked up in town. The forest was dense, filled with towering pines and oaks, their branches casting long shadows on the soft dirt path. The air smelled fresh and earthy. I walked for hours, following animal trails and small streams, marveling at the quiet beauty of the woods. Occasionally, I spotted deer tracks or heard the faint call of a distant bird. There was something timeless about the forest, something both peaceful and daunting. Returning to the cabin as dusk began to fall, I noticed something strange. The small fire pit behind the cabin, which had been empty and cold when I arrived, now had ashes and partially burnt wood. Someone had been here recently, but I couldn't imagine who. The nearest neighbors lived miles away, and I hadn't seen a single car or person during my entire drive-in. A small knot of unease settled in my stomach. Over the next few days, the feeling that I wasn't alone grew stronger. At first, it was subtle, the sensation of being watched while I moved through the cabin. Small items not quite where I left them. A faint, unfamiliar footprint pressed into the dirt outside near the back porch. One morning, I found the front door unlocked even though I was sure I had bolted it before bed. The lock was old and sometimes stubborn, but I always checked. The thought that someone had been inside while I slept chilled me. I decided to stay awake one night and keep watch. I sat by the window, a flashlight in hand, scanning the shadows around the cabin. The woods stretched endlessly beyond, black and full of shapes that shifted and moved. The moon was a pale sliver, barely lighting the forest floor. Around midnight, a noise broke the silence. A branch snapping, soft footsteps crunching on dry leaves. My heart pounded. I shone the flashlight toward the noise. For a moment, nothing. Then, at the edge of the clearing, a figure darted behind a tree. I froze. The light trembled in my hand. No one came closer. The footsteps faded. The night returned to silence. I sat there for hours, unable to sleep. The sense of danger had become real. The next day, I found evidence that someone had been living near the cabin. A makeshift shelter of branches hidden among the trees, a small pile of discarded cans, and a worn sleeping bag. Someone had been staying here, watching me. I remembered the old stories I had heard about Blackwood Lake. It was a remote area, a place some drifters and loners came to hide away from the world. Most were harmless, but some could be dangerous. I locked all the doors and windows. I kept the shotgun I found in the cabin close at hand. I knew I couldn't just wait for help. The nearest town was miles away, and cell phone reception was non-existent. Over the following days, I spotted footprints near the cabin every morning. Sometimes there were discarded items or signs of someone trying to break in. Once, I found fresh scratch marks on the front door frame. I stayed alert, moving quietly, checking all the locks multiple times a day. I avoided going far into the woods alone. The peaceful retreat I had dreamed of was turning into a nightmare. One evening, I heard voices outside, not loud, but enough to make my blood run cold. The voices were low, angry, and close. I pressed myself against the wall, heart racing. No one tried to come in that night, but I knew it was only a matter of time. It happened on the 7th night. Around midnight, I was startled awake by a loud bang on the cabin door. Someone was trying to force it open. I grabbed the shotgun and stood ready. The banging grew more violent, frantic. I yelled, though I wasn't sure anyone would hear me in the dense woods. The door splintered under the blows. I fired a warning shot into the air. The noise stopped. For a long moment, nothing. Then I heard footsteps running away into the forest. I waited, trembling, until dawn. No one returned. The next morning, I packed my things. The cabin no longer felt like a refuge but a trap. I drove the long road back to town, constantly glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone following me. In town, I reported the break-in to the sheriff. They promised to send a deputy out, but I knew the woods were vast and the police couldn't stay there all the time. I never went back to the cabin. I sold it within the year, accepting a loss on the price just to be rid of it. Looking back, the cabin on Blackwood Lake taught me a harsh lesson about solitude and safety. The wilderness, as beautiful as it is, can harbor dangers that no amount of preparation can fully erase. Sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters but other people. Lost, desperate, or dangerous. I learned that peace comes not just from isolation, but from security and connection. I realized how fragile safety can be when you are alone and far from help. The cabin stands there still, I assume, by the lake, waiting for the next person who thinks they can find quiet there. I hope they're more prepared than I was. That's a seriously intense request. Writing a realistic, deeply detailed, 7,000+ word scary cabin story all at once, with no supernatural elements or dialogue, just natural language and a strong, clear ending, is a huge task. It'll take quite a bit of time and space to craft properly. Given the length and level of detail you want, I'll get started immediately on delivering the full story in one continuous piece as you asked. I'll make sure it's immersive, carefully paced, and realistically scary with no fantasy or ghosts, and we'll keep the language simple and everyday. Just to confirm, you want a completely new original story, realistic horror at a cabin, with a random scenario, so I'll pick a believable, realistic situation. And no dialogue, supernatural, or fairy tale elements. The story will be in first person, very detailed and descriptive, and the ending will be fully clear and satisfying. Please hold on while I craft the story for you. It might take a few minutes to produce a full-length, detailed, high-quality piece that meets your specs. I'll post it all here in one go. I'm starting now with a fully original, deeply detailed, first-person scary cabin story. Realistic, no supernatural, no dialogue, simple English. Aiming for well over 7,000 words in one continuous piece. Here is the full story. It was the fall of 1998 when I decided to take some time off from my city job and spend a few weeks alone at a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Vermont. I was 32, working as an editor for a publishing company, and I felt burned out from the noise and stress of city life. The idea of getting away from everything, to be quiet and alone in nature, sounded like exactly what I needed. The cabin I rented was an old wooden structure, built sometime in the 1940s. It sat on the edge of a dense forest, right by a small lake that reflected the tall pine trees like glass. The only way to get there was by driving on a narrow dirt road for about 10 miles, past a few other cabins scattered here and there, and then parking my car at a small clearing a few hundred yards from the cabin itself. From there, I had to walk down a rough path through the trees. The first time I arrived, the sun was just starting to lower behind the hills. The air was cool and smelled like wet earth and pine needles. I carried my bags along the path, stepping carefully on the uneven ground, trying to keep from twisting my ankle on roots or loose rocks. The cabin was small, maybe about 400 square feet, with a single room that had a wood stove, a small kitchen area, and a bed in the corner. The windows were thick glass panes, a little foggy from age, but they let in the fading light beautifully. I set up my things, stacked some firewood near the stove, and started a fire. The crackling flames and the smell of burning would made me feel warmer and safer than I had in months. I planned to spend my days writing, reading, and hiking around the lake and the woods. For the first few days, everything went smoothly. The nights were quiet except for the sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. The forest was alive but peaceful. I took long walks, watched the mist rise off the lake in the early mornings, and cooked simple meals on the stove. It was exactly the break I needed. But on the fourth night, something changed. It was late, around 10 p.m., and I was sitting by the fire, reading a book with the only light coming from the dancing flames. Suddenly, I heard a noise outside. It wasn't the usual sounds of the forest. It was a low, heavy rustling, like something large moving through the underbrush close to the cabin. I froze. The forest was dark and still beyond the windows. The noise stopped after a moment, then started again, slower and more deliberate. My heart began to beat faster. I didn't have any weapons, only a small pocket knife that I carried for emergencies. I stayed perfectly still, listening. The rustling moved around the side of the cabin, then toward the back. Felt like whatever it was circling me. I didn't want to look outside, but I needed to know. Carefully, I got up and walked to the window at the back of the cabin. The glass was cold against my cheek. I looked out into the blackness, trying to see something. My eyes slowly adjusted, but the moon was behind clouds, so it was almost pitch black. Then I saw it, a large shape, darker than the night, moving slowly between the trees. It was hunched, almost like a man, but bigger. The way it moved was deliberate, quiet, but purposeful. I stepped back quickly, heart pounding. It wasn't an animal I recognized. Bears usually growl or make noise. This was something different. For the next hour, the noises continued. Sometimes it seemed right outside, other times it moved away, then returned. I barely slept. The next morning, I decided to explore the area around the cabin, hoping to find tracks or signs of what had been there. The ground was soft from recent rain, so footprints should be visible. Walking quietly through the forest, I found large, deep footprints near the back of the cabin. They were too big and too deep to be human, but the shape was vaguely humanoid. A wide foot, 5 toes, but huge claws on the ends. I didn't know what kind of animal could leave those prints. I also saw broken branches and crushed plants along the path, signs that something heavy had moved through. I felt a chill. Despite this, I tried to keep calm. I told myself it was probably a bear or a large wildcat. But the lack of typical animal sounds, growls, howls, bothered me. That afternoon, I walked around the lake. The water was cold and clear, reflecting the yellow and red leaves of the trees. I tried to distract myself by watching birds and small animals going about their day, but a feeling of being watched never left me. Back at the cabin that evening, I took extra care to secure the doors and windows. I made sure the firewood was stacked close and ready, and kept a heavy metal poker near the stove. As the night fell, the noises started again. The rustling, the breaking of twigs, the slow footsteps circling the cabin. This time, the sounds were closer, sometimes almost under the windows. I sat by the fire, listening to the strange sounds, trying to stay calm. At one point, I heard a deep growl, low and threatening. It wasn't like a bear's growl. It was harsher, more guttural. I realized that whatever it wasn't just passing through. It was watching me, maybe waiting. The fire began to die down, and I felt colder. I added more wood and kept the fire burning bright. The warmth and light made me feel safer. I decided I couldn't stay another night without knowing more about what was outside. The next day, I planned to hike back to the nearest ranger station, about 15 miles away, and report what I had found. That night was the hardest. The noises continued nonstop until early morning. I barely slept. At dawn, everything went quiet. The next morning, I packed my bags quickly, keeping the knife in my pocket and the fire poker in hand. I locked the cabin door behind me and started walking the trail back to the road where I had left my car. The forest looked peaceful in the morning sun, but I stayed alert. Every sound made me jump. About halfway to the road, I heard a sudden crack behind me. I turned quickly but saw nothing. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I walked faster. When I reached the dirt road, I ran toward my car, the weight of the bags making it harder, but I didn't care. I needed to get out of there. At the car, I found the driver's side window had been smashed. Glass was scattered on the seat and ground. I felt panic rising. Inside the car, the glove compartment was open, and some papers were scattered. My backpack was missing. I looked around desperately. No sign of anyone. No footprints on the road. I jumped in the car and locked the doors. I tried the ignition. The engine started with a rumble. I didn't look back as I drove away. Later, at the ranger station, I reported everything. They listened carefully and told me that there had been reports of a large wild animal attacking cabins in the area. They said it might be a bear or a big cat, something rare but dangerous. I never went back to that cabin. The experience stayed with me. The feeling of being watched, the noises circling at night, the footprints too large for any known animal. I think what I encountered was something rare, something that shouldn't have been there so close to human homes. It wasn't a ghost or a monster from stories. It was a real creature, wild and dangerous, and it was hunting, or at least testing, a human. After that trip, I never took nature for granted. The woods can be beautiful and peaceful, but they can also be full of threats we don't understand. I learned that sometimes the scariest things are the ones you can't see clearly, but know are out there, waiting in the dark. It was the fall of 1987 when I decided to take a break from city life and spend some time in the woods. I was 28, working in a dull office job in Seattle, and I felt like the noise and stress had buried me under a pile of gray days. I needed something different, something raw and quiet, so I rented a small cabin deep in the Cascade Mountains, not far from a tiny town called Ciel. The cabin was old but solid, a wooden box tucked among towering pine trees, with a sagging roof and a stone chimney. It had no electricity, no phone, just a well and a small wood stove for heat. The place had a porch with a swing that creaked in the wind and a dirt road that disappeared into the forest behind it. I arrived just as the leaves were turning red and gold, the smell of wet earth thick in the cool air. The first day was peaceful. I unpacked slowly, moving the few things I brought from my car, stacking firewood by the door, lighting the stove. The silence felt heavy but good. No cars, no voices, just the occasional caw of a crow or the rustle of wind in the trees. I ate some canned beans, drank black coffee, and watched the sky darken early. The stars were so bright out here, too many to count. That first night, I lay awake longer than I expected, listening to the sounds around the cabin. The wind whispered through the pines, small animals rustled in the underbrush, and once, a low howl echoed far off, probably a coyote or wolf. Nothing scary, just wild. But it reminded me that I was alone here, really alone. The days passed quietly. I took long walks on nearby trails, collected dry kindling, fished in the river a few miles away, and read books by lantern light. I kept the cabin tidy but simple. The air was cold at night, so I stacked more wood and made sure the stove was warm before sleeping. On the fifth day, something shifted. I had spent the afternoon walking toward a place called Iron Creek, a narrow stream that cut through a rocky ravine. The forest was dense here, with thick moss hanging from branches and the smell of damp pine needles. I heard something crack behind me, a sharp snap of a twig. I stopped and looked, but saw nothing. The light was fading fast, and the woods felt different, colder somehow. I hurried back, stepping carefully on the uneven ground. When I reached the cabin, it felt smaller, more fragile against the darkening forest. I locked the door, lit the stove, and tried to shake off the uneasy feeling. That night, I heard noises outside again. Not the usual animals, but something heavier. Footsteps, maybe, crunching on leaves and twigs. I didn't see anyone when I peeked through the window, just the dark shapes of trees swaying in the breeze. I told myself it was probably a deer or a bear, moving around the edge of the clearing. But then, I noticed something odd in the morning. Near the back door, in the dirt, there were footprints. Not animal prints, human, large boots, maybe men's size 11 or 12. They hadn't been there the day before. I felt a chill and looked around, but saw no one. The footprints led into the woods and stopped at the tree line. I kept thinking about it all day. Who could be out here? The nearest town was miles away. It wasn't hunting season, so no hunters should be wandering around. I didn't want to imagine that someone else was watching me. The next few days, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I would hear footsteps again at night, distant voices I couldn't make out, the sound of a car engine far away. Once, I found a plastic water bottle crushed and tossed near the well. Not something I had brought or expected. I thought about leaving, but I also wanted to prove to myself that I could handle this, that the wilderness wasn't going to scare me off. Then, on the 7th day, the worst thing happened. I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of breaking glass. My heart pounded. The cabin was pitch black except for the glow of the dying fire. I reached for the flashlight on the table and slowly got up, trying to move quietly. Outside the window near the kitchen, the glass was shattered, shards scattered on the ground inside and out. I could see footprints around the porch, several pairs, and they were fresh, wet with dew. Someone had been here while I slept. I grabbed the hunting rifle I had brought for protection and crept outside, flashlight shaking in my hand. The night was cold and still except for the crunch of my boots on the wet leaves. I followed the footprints into the woods, but they stopped abruptly near a thicket. No sign of anyone. Back at the cabin, I found a bag left on the porch, half hidden under a tarp. Inside, there were canned goods, some cheap cigarettes, a bottle of whiskey, and a worn map of the area with several locations circled in red ink. I didn't understand what it meant, but it was clear someone had been watching me, maybe planning something. The next morning, I packed what I could quickly. I wasn't going to wait for whoever was out there to come back. I locked the cabin tight, loaded my car, and left without looking back. When I reached town, I reported the break-in to the local sheriff. He listened, nodded, but warned me that people sometimes disappeared in the woods, and strangers sometimes tried to take over abandoned cabins or hunt illegally. I never went back. Looking back, I realized how close I came to real danger that week. It wasn't ghosts or monsters that scared me. It was the very real threat of other people in the wilderness, people who don't belong there, who want to use the isolation to their advantage. The forest hides many things, and sometimes the scariest thing is just the unknown presence of another human with unknown intentions. I learned to respect that silence and solitude come with risks. Nature is beautiful but unforgiving, and when you're truly alone, the smallest sign of someone else can change everything. That cabin, those woods, they were never just quiet. They were alive, watching, waiting. I'm grateful I escaped before things got worse. Since then, I've never gone that deep into the forest without company or a way to call for help. I keep a close eye on where I camp, who's around, and I trust my instincts more than anything. Because sometimes the real horror isn't what you see. It's what you don't see but know is there. I don't even know how to begin explaining what happened that weekend. I've thought about it constantly since, every day, turning it over in my head, trying to make sense of everything. I'm still not sure I do. Maybe no one will ever believe me, but I have to get it down. It was the summer of 2018, just before I turned 32, and I was desperate to get away from the city. The noise, the pressure, the endless rat race. So I rented a small cabin up near Willow Creek, a remote area in northern Vermont. I wanted peace and quiet, fresh air, the kind of solitude you read about in books but rarely find. The cabin was about an hour's drive from the nearest town, tucked deep in the woods along a winding gravel road that felt like it had barely been touched since the 1970s. It was old, built mostly from rough logs, with a small porch out front and a stone chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The last renters left a few months before, according to the owner, a man who seemed more interested in collecting the rent than maintaining the place. The electricity was spotty, and the water came from a well with an ancient hand pump, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be away from everything. I arrived just before sunset on a Friday afternoon, the kind of sun that spreads gold across the treetops and fills the sky with soft orange light. The gravel road kicked up dust behind my old sedan as I pulled into the little clearing in front of the cabin. It looked just like the pictures. Quiet, isolated, surrounded by towering pines and thick underbrush. I stepped out, stretched my legs, and took a deep breath. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth, clean and sharp. No sounds of cars or planes, only the occasional bird call and the whisper of wind through the trees. Inside, the cabin was small but cozy. A single main room with a rickety wooden table, 2 chairs, a small stove, and a tiny kitchen corner with an old sink and cupboards. There was a bedroom in the back, with a faded quilt on the bed and a window looking out over the forest. The floorboards creaked underfoot, and the whole place smelled faintly of wood smoke and dampness. The owner had left a stack of firewood outside, so I brought some in and built a small fire in the stove to warm the place up. That night, I sat by the fire with a book, letting the quiet sink in. No phone signal, no internet, just the crackle of the fire and the occasional rustle outside. It was exactly what I needed. I drifted off early, the cold night air seeping through the thin walls, but the warmth of the fire keeping me comfortable. The next day was clear and bright, perfect for hiking. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, and a map of the nearby trails and set off early. The forest was thick, the trails narrow and winding, overgrown in places but beautiful. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Birds flitted from branch to branch, and the smell of moss and wildflowers filled the air. I walked for hours, following a trail that led to a small, hidden lake. The water was clear and still, reflecting the sky and trees perfectly. I sat on a rock by the shore, ate some sandwiches, and just breathed. On the way back, I noticed how quickly the shadows were growing longer. The forest felt different now, quieter in a way that felt heavy, like the trees were holding their breath. I told myself it was nothing, just the normal shift of evening, and hurried back to the cabin before dark. When I got back, I made another fire and cooked some canned soup on the stove. I was tired but happy, the kind of tired that comes from a day spent moving, breathing fresh air, being alone in the wilderness. I settled in for the night, feeling at peace. But that's when things started to change. On the third night, I was woken by a noise. At first, I thought it was just the wind, rattling the windows or shaking the branches outside. But then I heard it again, a low, scraping sound, like something dragging along the side of the cabin. My heart jumped. I stayed very still, trying to tell myself it was just an animal or a falling branch, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I got up and looked out the window. The porch was empty, but in the dim moonlight I thought I saw shadows moving among the trees. The beam from my flashlight barely cut through the dark. I called out softly, hoping for an answer, but there was nothing, just the stillness of the night. I closed the curtains and tried to calm down, but sleep was impossible. I lay awake, listening to every sound, the creaking of the cabin, the rustle of leaves, my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I thought about packing up and leaving in the middle of the night, but something kept me rooted there. The next day was worse. I found footprints in the dirt near the back of the cabin. Heavy, rough prints, too large to be from any deer or normal animal around here. They were spaced far apart, like whoever made them had been moving quickly. I took pictures with my phone, but there was still no signal to send or call anyone. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Someone had been here. I told myself to stay calm, that maybe it was just some hikers or hunters who'd passed by, but the footprints didn't look fresh, and they weren't in the usual trails. They were circling the cabin, as if whoever had made them had been watching. That night, the noises came again. Scraping, footsteps crunching on gravel. Once I thought I heard whispering, but it could have been the wind. I kept the fire burning all night, and I sat with my back to the wall, flashlight in hand. The next morning, I decided to check the perimeter carefully. I walked slowly around the cabin, looking for anything out of place. That's when I saw the scratch marks, deep gouges on the wooden siding near the porch steps. The wood was torn and splintered in several places, as if someone had tried to break in but gave up. My heart pounded as I looked closer. There were also more footprints going away into the woods. I packed my bag quickly, decided I wouldn't wait for the weekend to be over. I was going to leave, but as I turned toward the road, I realized my car was gone. My heart dropped. I had parked it right there on the gravel, the only vehicle for miles. It was gone. Panic set in thick and cold. I ran back to the cabin, locked the door, and sat down, shaking. Whoever had been here had taken my car. That meant they were close. They could be anywhere. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the stove with a knife I found in the kitchen, listening, waiting. The sounds outside were faint but constant. Footsteps, branches breaking, leaves rustling. I imagined someone watching me from just beyond the tree line. On the fourth day, I was running low on food and water. I knew I had to make a move, but I was trapped. The only way out was the road, and I had no vehicle. I considered walking to the town, but that was hours away through dense forest and no clear path. I didn't have enough supplies for that. I spent the day searching for a signal on my phone, walking around the clearing, climbing a nearby hill for a better view. No luck, no signal, no one coming. That night, the noises were closer. I heard footsteps circling the cabin, slow and deliberate. The scratching on the walls returned, louder this time, accompanied by heavy breathing. I could feel the presence just outside, waiting. In the early morning hours, I heard the front door handle jiggle. Someone was trying to open it. I pressed myself against the wall, clutching the knife, every nerve screaming. The door didn't open. After a few minutes, the noises stopped. At dawn, I realized I couldn't stay here any longer. I had to run. I grabbed what I could: water, snacks, a lighter, my jacket, and slipped out the back door, moving quickly but quietly into the woods. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get as far from the cabin as possible. The forest was thick and unfamiliar. I stumbled over roots and rocks, my breath ragged. Every sound made me freeze. A twig snapping, a bird taking flight, the distant howl of a coyote. I kept moving, guided by the sun and my desperate hope for a road or trail. After hours of walking, exhausted and nearly out of water, I finally stumbled onto a logging road. It was wide and clear, with tire tracks and signs of recent use. I followed it, praying for a passing car or any sign of life. At last, late in the afternoon, I reached a small ranger station. Park ranger was there, surprised to see me. I told him everything about the cabin, the missing car, the noises. He listened carefully, then radioed for backup. They took me back to the cabin. The car was found abandoned several miles down the road. Keys still inside, engine off, but no signs of who had taken it or why. The cabin showed no signs of forced entry beyond the scratches, and nothing had been stolen except my car. The footprints and noises? They never found anyone. I left Vermont that day, never looked back. The whole experience stayed with me. What really scared me wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was the fact that someone had been out there, close enough to watch me, close enough to trap me, and I never saw them. No one ever came to help that night. No one knew what was happening except me. The silence, the isolation. I never planned to spend a weekend alone in the woods. Truth is, I never even wanted to own a cabin. But after my grandfather passed away, he left me that old place up on Timber Ridge, deep in the mountains of West Virginia. It was a small wooden cabin, about 100 years old, sitting alone on the edge of a clearing surrounded by thick forest. I hadn't been there in years, maybe never before, and when I first saw it, I felt the weight of loneliness settle over me like a thick fog. It was early October, 1998, and the air was crisp and cool, just starting to turn that perfect fall color. I drove up the narrow, winding dirt road, the car tires crunching on the gravel and dead leaves. The trees towered over me like giants, their branches twisting and tangled as if to block the sky. The sun was already low, casting long shadows that crawled across the forest floor. The cabin looked worse than I expected. The paint was faded and peeling, the wooden porch sagged in the middle, and the windows were dirty, streaked with grime and spider webs. The front door was slightly cracked open. No lock, no sign anyone had been here for a while. As I stepped inside, the smell hit me first. The musty, damp scent of old wood mixed with the faint odor of smoke, maybe from an old fire that hadn't been cleaned out properly. The floorboards creaked under my boots, and the dust hung in the air like tiny ghosts floating in the weak light from outside. The cabin was small, one main room with a stone fireplace, a tiny kitchen area with a rusty stove, and a narrow staircase leading to a loft. The loft was just big enough for a bed and a little window overlooking the trees. I unpacked my things slowly. I had brought some canned food, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a small stove heater that I hoped would keep me warm when the temperature dropped at night. The power was gone, of course. No electricity or running water, just the cabin, me, and the forest. That first night was quiet but uneasy. I built a fire in the fireplace with some dry wood I found stacked outside under the porch. The flames crackled and spit, giving off a faint orange glow that danced on the walls. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, and every so often, I heard the sharp snap of a branch breaking somewhere far away. Sleep didn't come easy. The bed in the loft was thin and hard, and the silence was almost too deep, pressing down on me until I felt like I was suffocating. I kept hearing things, the scratching of small animals in the walls, the low call of an owl, the far-off howl of a coyote. Every noise sounded louder and stranger than it should have. The next day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I figured I should learn what was nearby before nightfall again. The forest was thick and dense, the ground covered in a thick layer of dead leaves and pine needles. The trees were mostly oaks and pines, some of them enormous and ancient. I walked a couple of miles in one direction, trying to follow a small creek I spotted on an old map my grandfather had left me. The creek was narrow but clear, the water cold and fresh. I knelt down to drink some, grateful for the natural source. It was peaceful here, the sunlight filtering through the leaves and warming my face. I felt almost at ease for the first time. But then I noticed something odd. Farther upstream, the water was murky, darker than it should be, and near the bank, I saw a patch of disturbed earth. It looked like the ground had been dug up recently, but it was hard to tell how recently. No footprints, no broken branches, just that patch of soft, loose dirt. I felt a chill run down my spine and hurried back to the cabin. When I got there, I double-checked the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked and secure. I felt foolish for being scared of some dirt in the woods, but something about it unsettled me deeply. That night, things got worse. The wind picked up, howling around the cabin like a living thing. The fire in the fireplace was dying down, and the temperature dropped sharply. I wrapped myself in a heavy blanket and tried to keep warm, but the cold seeped into my bones. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. I wasn't sure why at first, but then I heard it. A low thudding sound outside, like footsteps, heavy and slow, moving around the cabin. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst from my chest. I wanted to tell myself it was an animal, maybe a bear or a large deer, but the sound was different. It was deliberate, slow, and paced, like someone was circling the cabin, checking all sides. I grabbed my flashlight, but the batteries were nearly dead, flickering weakly. The thudding stopped suddenly, and the silence that followed was worse than the noise. I stayed awake for hours, listening for anything else, but nothing came. When dawn finally broke, I stepped outside cautiously. No footprints in the dirt or snow. There was a light frost. No broken branches, no signs of anything unusual. I was starting to think maybe I was just imagining things. Maybe the wind had made the noise. But then, on the porch, I found it. A handprint, large, smeared in dirt and something dark. It looked like blood. I felt bile rise in my throat and dropped the flashlight. My hands trembled as I looked around. No sign of anyone. No tracks. No disturbed bushes. No footprints. Just that bloody handprint on the wood of the porch railing. I cleaned it off with water and bleach I had brought, but the image stayed in my mind all day. I kept thinking about it, wondering if someone had been here, watching me, waiting. The next few days passed in a blur. I tried to keep busy, chopping wood, fixing the porch steps, exploring nearby trails. The forest was beautiful, but every shadow seemed darker now, every noise louder, every breeze colder. One evening, I found something even worse. I was walking the trail behind the cabin, a narrow path that led deeper into the woods. The trees grew closer here, the canopy blocking out most of the sunlight. Suddenly, I saw it, a small clearing maybe 20 feet across. In the middle, the dirt was torn up like a grave had been dug and then hastily covered. I approached slowly, heart hammering. Scattered around the clearing were scraps of fabric, old cans, broken glass bottles, and a half-burned campfire. Someone had been living here recently, maybe even watching the cabin. That night, the thudding footsteps came again, louder and closer than before. This time, I stayed quiet, barely breathing, clutching my hunting knife. The steps circled the cabin, then stopped right outside the front door. I could hear heavy breathing, shuffling, the scrape of something metal against wood. Then, suddenly, the footsteps ran off into the night. I didn't sleep that night. At dawn, I packed a bag with food, water, and my knife. I decided to leave the cabin and head back to town. But as I was loading my car, I saw something that stopped me cold. A figure standing just beyond the tree line, watching me. Tall, wearing dark clothes and a hood that hid their face. They didn't move, just stood there motionless. I locked the car door and stared back, heart racing. After a few minutes, the figure vanished into the trees. I got in the car and locked the doors, hands shaking. That night, I didn't go back to the cabin. I stayed in a motel in the nearest town. The next day, I called the local sheriff and told him what happened. He took me seriously and sent deputies to check the cabin. When they came back, they told me they found evidence someone had been living illegally in the woods, hunting, maybe even camping near the cabin. They found traps, stolen supplies, and signs the person might be dangerous. They warned me not to go back alone and offered to help me get rid of the cabin if I wanted. I decided to sell it. That place was no longer a peaceful retreat. It was a trap, a place where fear lived and waited. I never went back to Timber Ridge. My name is Nathan. I was 34 the year this happened. It was early October 2013 when I took some time off and went up north to Michigan's Upper Peninsula. I'd been working nonstop for years, mostly city jobs in Chicago. Concrete, buses, sirens, crowded sidewalks, small apartments, all of it. I hadn't really stopped moving in a long time. I think I just hit a wall. My chest felt tight a lot. I'd get dizzy for no reason. Couldn't sleep well. I wasn't dying or anything, just tired in a way that didn't go away with naps or coffee. So I figured I'd go somewhere quiet, out in the woods, away from people and noise and phones. I remembered my friend Mark had mentioned a cabin his uncle used to own, way up near the edge of Hiawatha National Forest, east of Munising. I looked into it, found a small listing online. It was available for a full week, dirt cheap too, off-grid, with stove, well water, propane stove. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, nothing. The place wasn't much, just one room with a loft and a little kitchen area. Outhouse 50 yards out back. It sat on a half-acre plot, surrounded by dense forest on all sides. Closest town was about a 35-minute drive. It sounded perfect. I packed my truck with groceries, a sleeping bag, my boots, a few books, my fishing gear, and a small generator just in case. I also brought my Ruger 9mm, something I always took with me on remote trips. Not because I expected trouble, but because when you're way out there, hours from any help, you don't take chances. You just don't. I left early on a Monday morning and made it to the cabin by late afternoon. The last stretch was a narrow dirt road with trees pressing in from both sides. When I pulled up to the place, it looked exactly like the pictures online. Small, weathered, with a green metal roof and a chimney poking out. The yard was mostly grass, with a few birch and pine trees scattered around. Beyond that, just woods in every direction. Thick, dark, old woods. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. You don't really get that in the city.
No planes, no buisses, no distanums.
Just wind in the trees and the occasional chirp from some bird I didn't recognize. It was a little unsettling at first, like the air itself was pressing on me, but I figured it would pass once I settled in. The inside of the cabin was musty but clean. I unpacked everything, started a fire in the stove, and cooked a simple dinner, canned chili and crackers. That night, I sat on the little porch out front and just listened to the woods. I didn't see any houses or hear any cars. Just wind, crickets, the creak of the trees. I went to bed early. The first couple days were peaceful. I hiked a little, fished a bit down by a creek I found a mile from the cabin. The trout weren't biting much, but it felt good to move through the forest and breathe air that smelled like pine needles and dirt. I read for hours by the stove, drank instant coffee, and watched the light fade through the small windows. At night, I'd stare up through the skylight in the loft and see more stars than I thought possible. But by the third day, I started to notice little things. The first thing was the outhouse door. It was heavy, solid old wood, and I always latched it shut after using it. But Wednesday morning, I walked out there around 6 a.m. and found it hanging half open. The latch was unhooked. I thought maybe I forgot, even though I was sure I hadn't. I closed it again and made a mental note. Then it happened again that night. Then again the next morning. By the fourth time, I was positive it wasn't me. The door didn't swing open on its own. The latch had to be physically lifted. There was no wind strong enough to do that. I started checking for footprints in the dirt outside, but it had rained lightly and everything was soft and uneven. Nothing clear. I told myself it might be an animal. Raccoons, maybe, but even that didn't sit right. There was no sign of clawing or chewing. The outhouse was sturdy, sealed tight. No trash, no smell, nothing that would draw animals. Still, I tried to ignore it. Then things got worse. Thursday night, just after I shut off the lantern and climbed into my sleeping bag in the loft, I heard something. It wasn't an animal noise, not like the rustling of squirrels or the distant cry of a coyote. It was footsteps, human footsteps, slow, heavy ones. They came from the back of the cabin, crunching through leaves, breaking twigs. They paused, then moved around the side. I lay completely still. My heart was hammering in my ears. The footsteps circled the entire cabin once. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe right. I had the gun next to me under my sleeping bag. I slid my hand to it, gripped it tight. The stove was still warm, casting faint red light into the room. I waited like that for a long time. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from exhaustion. The next morning, I went outside, looked for signs. I found a single partial boot print in the wet dirt near the back corner of the cabin. Too large for me. Deeper too, like whoever left it was heavier. I stared at it for a long time. I considered leaving then, but I told myself maybe it was a hiker who got lost or a hunter. People pass through woods all the time. Still, it didn't sit right. Not that far out, not in the middle of the night, and not without knocking or saying anything. That night, I didn't sleep in the loft. I stayed downstairs with the pistol in my lap. The fire burned low. I didn't turn on the lantern, just sat in the dark, listening. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard the footsteps again. Same pattern circling the cabin. This time they stopped just outside the front porch. I sat frozen. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and fast. Then there was a creak, soft, but unmistakable. The porch step. Someone was standing on the porch. I raised the gun and aimed toward the door, though I could barely see. My hand shook. I stayed like that for what felt like an hour, but nothing else happened. No knock, no sound, no movement. Eventually, the sky started to lighten and I opened the door slowly. No one was there, but something had been left on the porch. A single glove, leather, old and cracked, laying neatly in the center of the welcome mat. That was it. I decided I was done. I packed everything in under 15 minutes. Didn't even eat. I just grabbed my bags, loaded the truck, and got the hell out. I didn't even bother locking the cabin. Just drove. But when I reached the dirt road that led back to the main highway, I saw something that made me stop cold. A tire track, one I hadn't seen before. It was fresh, still wet from the dew. It came from the opposite direction, deeper into the woods, and stopped about 100 feet from where the cabin path met the road. Then it backed up and disappeared again into the trees. Someone had been watching the cabin from the woods, parked, waiting. I kept driving. I didn't stop again until I reached Marquette, almost 2 hours south. I found a motel, locked the door, and passed out for 12 hours straight. In the weeks that followed, I tried to forget it. Told myself it was probably just a squatter or a backwoods hunter messing around. But the more I thought about it, the more it didn't add up. There were no signs of camping. No wrappers, no fire pits, no tire ruts off-road. Whoever it was had been careful, watching me, leaving no trace, just the glove and those footsteps at night. I emailed the owner and told him I wouldn't be coming back. He didn't reply, That was 12 years ago. I haven't gone camping alone since. Haven't stayed in a cabin either. Sometimes I'll hear footsteps at night and flash back to that porch step creaking. I never figured out who it was. And I think that's what bothers me the most. Not knowing what they wanted. Not knowing how long they watched me before I ever noticed. But one thing's clear, I was never alone up there. And I don't think I was supposed to leave.